join Dustin Johnson maybe as another one of those major champions that we have seen, as DJ there with the full group. Austin in the background has been a long time, his brother on the bag. What do you want to see from DJ early in this round, if it's going to be a week where maybe the expectations are pretty low on where Dustin Johnson's game is right now?
Just some consistency. He only had 2 top 10s on LIV this year. In Singapore, he finished 5th, and in Mexico, he finished 7th. Other than that, it has not been very good for DJ. So some consistency.
And it is a hard start as well with all those par 4s out of the gate. Final shots there, gentlemen. You're on the tee in just a couple of minutes.
The best players in the world have come to North Carolina this week to try to win the PGA Championship. The crackle in the air is born of that hope.
Major championship golf. That's what frames this sport.
All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Xander!
In every generation, in every sport, a seductive possibility hangs out there. That you might win enough tournaments. And enough of the right tournaments for people to still speak your name long after all memory of your actual self is turned to dust. They're after a trophy and acclaim and money, but really, they're after immortality. Welcome to the PGA Championship.
ESPN Plus and the PGA of America welcome you to the first round of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a spectacular Thursday afternoon for this, the 107th playing of the PGA Championship, for the 21st time a venue becoming a multiple-time host of this great championship. Alongside Carl Paulson and Ned Michaels, I'm Will Haskett. Our absolute pleasure to bring you feature group coverage here this afternoon as 3 major champions making their way to the first tee, all looking to win their 3rd major championship at week's end, and all looking to match some of the brilliance we have seen on a golf course we knew would be tough this year. But Carl Paulson, there are 367s, maybe even a 66 or 65 coming from the morning wave, which means this trio knows that if you're going to be in the mix this week, is under par your goal today to make the long run?
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got to just get rid of that thought about what's going on at the top of that leaderboard. You can play yourself out of the tournament on a day like this, but just get under par. Anytime you shoot under par in an opening round in a major championship, 90% of the time you're in good shape and still in the tournament, and that's the goal for these guys. Hit a bunch of fairways, hit a bunch of greens, and give yourself the most amount of opportunities that you possibly can on the greens.
Golf course is playing a little over a shot and a half over par today. The front 9 is playing almost a full shot over par, including you have 2 of the 5 hardest holes on the golf course right out of the gate in 1 and 3, lengthy par 4s So really, until these players get to 7, you're trying to kind of survive the start here on the front 9. What do you look forward to from this group to get off to a good start?
It's all about getting the ball in the fairway and giving yourself an opportunity to put the ball on the green. You want to get in this first 6 holes. You mentioned how tough that start is. These are 6 really difficult holes, and if you can just hit as many fairways and as many greens as you can and drop it back down to the basics, don't try and go crazy and going after flag sticks. Just get the ball on the green. Use the center of the green.
So again, 2 majors with 3 players as we go to the first tee.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. At the 1:14 tee-off time, our 2017 PGA champion from Florida, Justin Thomas.
8th winner of this championship, who was the son of a PGA professional, grandson of a PGA pro. His grandfather, Paul, 60 years in the PGA of America, has his grandfather's signature tattooed on his arm. Justin Thomas won here in 2017, and why not JT again this week?
Yeah, this is a dog leg to the right, but you do not have to fade it. Take it down that right-hand side and hit a straight one. It's just fine.
Let's go, JT!
Nice little kick there.
Next on the tee from Florida, Dustin Johnson.
2-time major champion, twice a runner-up in this championship, including most recently in 2019. A swing quite familiar, that patented little cut. It doesn't go quite as far as it once did for DJ. Maybe he can turn back the clock here this week at the ripe young age of 40.
Yeah, and as you age, the body doesn't move quite as well through the shot. This is just tattooed down the right-hand side.
And some chase. How about that? We haven't seen the fairways move in 4 days.
Next on the tee, our 2020 PGA champion from California, Collin Morikawa.
2020 PGA Championship winner. He has not missed a cut since March of 2024 in any event, including majors. Collin Morikawa always in the mix.
Yeah, if Collin Morikawa wins this major championship, he'll have more major wins than missed cuts in majors. That tells you how consistent he is. All about hitting fairways for Collin. Good start.
And gets a little chase as well to get it out there with DJ. So a little pop in the bat again. It's warm, it's steamy. The ball is traveling today. And a good start for all 3 of these golfers here at 1. A hole that actually was shortened since the last time we played here, and still plays over 500 yards. It is a big ballpark hosting this PGA Championship for a 2nd time. And the membership here love the game and love bringing big events to town. So the President's Cup back in 2022, victorious by the Americans, 31 PGA Tour events, and of course one of those signature stretches in golf, the Green Mile, the toughest final 3 holes of any PGA Tour venue a year ago in 2024. It is the 2nd hardest 3-hole stretch in majors in the last 25 years, and a great start at this challenging, redesigned par 4 over the last few years here at 1.
Yeah, obviously Morikawa and DJ going down that right-hand side have much shorter shots into this first green, but all 3 players in the fairway, and with a starting hole this hard, get me in the fairway and get me on the green. Whatever happens after that happens, but it's all about keeping everything basic until you get a hole or 2 in. And if you've hit 2 or 3 shots exactly where you're looking, then you turn up the aggressive meter just a little bit if you need to.
You see one of the hardest greens to hit when we played back here in 2017. And again, that was the August PGA Championship. We didn't make the move to a May PGA until the following season. So it's a different looking golf course this week, Carl. The tapestries of greens around this property, the lushness of that rye overseed rough, that brilliant green in the fairways, that army, somewhat browning green now on the greens up ahead. this golf course plays far different in May than it does in August.
Yeah, and that's what we're used to seeing from this golf course. And, you know, it's playing the way that it does normally. And these guys are pretty used to a golf course like this time of year. So the overseed is very thick, very thick, maybe the thickest overseed I've ever seen. So the rough, it's so thick in the rough that the ball's actually sitting up just a little bit. And they've cut the rough down to a manageable length. So these guys that do miss some fairways will be able to still try and get the ball on the green somewhere. But again, for me in major championships, fairways and greens, fairways and greens, fairways and greens. That putter gets hot, great. If it doesn't, you're still in the tournament.
So a good start from this group, all in the fairway here at 1. We talked about how that would be something we would expect from Collin Morikawa, who's been the most accurate driver in the professional game on the PGA Tour throughout 2025 to this point in time. And Justin Thomas, who added length to his actual driver at the end of 2024. He's gone to the full 46-inch driver, and with that beautiful high arc extended swing, it actually sort of added a bit of control into the two-way miss that he was prone to off the tee as well. And it's just one of those many steps that Justin has taken to get back to being a top 5 type of player in the world of golf.
With just a little bit longer shaft, it's going to make you wait just a little bit more in transition. When he does get in trouble, his transition gets a little bit quick. He's got that funky footwork, so I think it's made him slow that transition down just enough to put him in the slot on the way down.
His superpower has always been what he's holding in his hand right now. From an approach play standpoint, he has been phenomenal with the irons, and again, rising to that level here. 5th this season on the PGA Tour in terms of strokes gained approach, which measures how players play on second shots or on par 3s approach shots into greens. You can see him and Matt Minister, his caddy, looking at the lie in these beautiful fairways. 216 the opening number here for JT.
Yeah, and the difficult part about this shot is ball is below his feet, so he is aiming pretty far to the left, going to go using the slope of the ball below his feet to move this in from left to right. That would be the miss. The normal miss would be a little bit to the right, but not that far to the right.
You see when they were blowing the sand off of the green from the bunker shots over there, so it'll be a sand test coming up for Justin Thomas. It's going to be a hard walk today for this trio, but nobody working harder all day today than Ned Michaels here on this stream, who has caught right back up to this group. Ned.
Hello, golf fans. Get ready for a breezy afternoon. This is going to be a serious challenge. And this from 192, playing all of 205.
Excellent shot right there. Very quick putt coming down the hill, but excellent start.
How about Collin Morikawa, longest in this trio off of the first tee? We see you, Collin.
Heard you say you got a little release on the fairway. We didn't see much of that this morning.
Yeah, I would say you could do the fairway. I'm on 7 right now. Especially with the spin off. I can hit a stock one, but just take spin a little off.
And this right in between clubs from Morikawa. All in with the wind, downhill, ball below his feet. You factor it in. If you give me 200, you'd be happy with it. His 6 iron goes 196, and his 5 carries 210. Looked like he took the shorter of the 2 clubs.
Yeah, that's a solid play. Anytime you're in between clubs, just get conservative with your starting line.
First major start with Collin Morikawa and new caddy Joe Greiner on the bag, and immediately that conversation in the first fairway, wanting to make that swap of clubs, and you can hear Collin say, I'm going to get a little release from this one, but they immediately go to work here, try and dial it in at the first.
There's not a more positive guy in the world than Joe Greiner. He is the ultimate hype man, so to speak. But I think it's interesting too that Justin Thomas finally got that win on the PGA Tour. You know, and almost 3 years ago was his last win, and That man right there is caddying for Collin Morikawa, was on the bag for JT. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, J.J. Jakovac, who was on the bag for Collin in those first 2 major wins. They make the swap a few weeks ago. Joe's had an interesting couple of months since he split with his good friend Max Homa, who he's had success with on this golf course. Caddied for Max and winning on this property as well. So Joe's been here in some of the biggest moments, President Cups as well. A lot of familiarity when you're an elite player and these tandems and caddies, you get to know each other a lot more. So this isn't like you're making a switch to a new person that you have to figure out. There's been a lot of friendship between the two of them, but it's been a talking point because when you're one of the best players in the world and you're playing good golf and then you make a mid-season caddy switch, it was a big story.
It definitely was. I would just say this for Joe Greiner, just be very precise with the yardages that you're giving Collin Morikawa, because more often than not, he hits his numbers exactly on.
Appeared to make the correct decision there. As you see, Justin Thomas, now the 15th player to find this bunker down the right-hand side. A mixed bag, about half and half, being able to get it up and down. But you see where his ball is compared to the others. Just kind of let it feed down this slope here, Ned.
Well, the good news for Justin Thomas, the lie is clean. He can pick it if he wants and spin it. Bad news is it's slightly above his feet, which, Carl, as you know, sometimes you'll catch that heavy and it won't come out with any spin and run. I think that's the play, actually. If you can just get it out of the bunker, plunk it onto the green, and just let gravity and crane work for you.
Yeah, professional chunk and run right here does seem to be the play. This is very quick, though, Ned. Excellent.
43rd on the PGA Tour in sand save percentage. Judged the release there perfectly, so that appears to be a safe par here at 1 for the 2-time PGA champion.
Well, we talk about it a lot as we take another look here. He just hits an inch or so further back behind it to make sure there's no spin on it, and has judged that the weight perfectly on that shot. But a lot of playing well on this golf course is where you miss your shots. There are a lot of places where you cannot get the ball up and down from.
We'll talk about that a lot today. It's that fine line, right? What's the line to take that will reward your good swing the best, but if you happen to make a bad swing, is going to leave you in the right spot? That is as much of the part of the calculus this week. Mismanagement, how you manage your misses, almost as important as how you execute your perfect shots. They were two good approach shots for the other two in this group. Morikawa for birdie first.
Now, what you have to see here is the shine. It's not dark green, it's light green. It's straight down green. And Carl, you said it, coming out of the bunker for JT, it was lickety split. Watch this. He's just going to nudge it and watch how far it goes.
Normally that putt a lot quicker coming down the hill. We still have some moisture in the ground, and that'll be making its way out throughout the day, especially if we get any wind at all, but that high sun is going to help.
And the biggest chunk of rain fell on this golf course on Monday. Really unable to get out here. 2 inches of rain fell on the property, and then we were walking the golf course early on Tuesday, gentlemen, and the disparity between the wetness in the fairway versus the thud that we heard on these greens. Credit to Keith Wood, the director of green and grounds here at Quail Hollow Club. But they are in complete control right now on these putting surfaces. How firm, how fast they want them to be from now until the finish line.
And I would add that from this morning, what we saw, the greens were actually firmer on Tuesday and Wednesday morning than they are today. And maybe there's a little less fire in them, a little less pace. Guys were looking for big bounces this morning and fast putts, and they didn't always get them. I never had a chance.
He needed another 6 inches of borrow on that left-hand side.
Very easy with that putt for that duo to be a little timid. Your first putt in the championship down that slope.
Well, if you've hit any practice putts from over there in the practice rounds, yeah, it's very easy to leave that short because that is normally one of the faster putts on this green.
So pars all around here at 1. And that is a good start. A hole that is not surrendering a ton of birdies here. There's only been 5 birdies here today at the first hole. So ho-hum 4s from all of them. Not too shabby. Now there are some birdies at 2 though today, Carl, if you can cut this corner.
Yeah, and this is one of the holes that you must hit a straight shot or turn it over. Easily can go through the fairway on that right-hand side, especially if your ball is fading at all, as the fairway and green all slope from left to right. And if you get it right at this flagstick, you can catch this swale on the right-hand side, and it'll go about 15 steps off the green on the right-hand side. So you want to be left of the flag. That's the good news. The bad news is if you are left of the flag, your putt is very fast coming down the hill.
This you have to avoid is left. Only 1 in 3 players that have drove it in the left rough today are able to keep it on the putting surface from in the trees. But as you mentioned, we've seen a number of players chase it through the right fairway. There's been just 1 birdie made here today at 2 from someone who did not hit the fairway off the tee. So your scoring odds improve dramatically if you can find the fairway. And Justin Thomas, who can work the ball both directions, but predominantly likes to see this ball fall to the right. See that little notch in the trees? That's probably where we're heading, Carl.
Up and over the trees?
Yep.
Well, JT could do it. The wind, though, more from left to right, pushing it against the dog leg. Ideal shot would be up the center with a draw to hold that breeze.
Roll Tide.
Oh, that was
Oh my goodness, this is 35 yards left unless he pounded it.
Straight down, yes.
hit a tree. Somebody said it dropped straight down. He put the full send on that one, trying to hit a big high fade, and just double crossed it.
I don't think he intended to try to take it over all the hardwoods.
That's where the bogeys live, inside that dog leg. DJ now hasn't hit a draw in 15 years.
A little surprised he isn't going with a fairway medal. Easier to draw those.
All set. Set. Set.
This is up that right-hand
The
side.
one that goes like that. Okay. Where DJ's ball just landed.
Ah, right. That's just fine with the soft fairways.
Those two guys. I mean, it's close, right? Yeah. It's not much further left.
I mean, Ned, if you're a fader of the golf ball with this wind today, I mean, this is the line you have to take is just scary.
Straight down.
The fortunate part is, as Carl just pointed out, with the right side of the fairway being softer than the left, you can catch a break and not have it bound into the rough. But I completely agree with you.
This is one of the shots for Collin Morikawa that are going to be a little bit more difficult for him, as he's got to skirt that tree on that left-hand side.
And that's what it's doing, just curling off the drip line.
Boy, that's a small fairway for a guy that hits it left to right. Boy, that was laser sharp.
Fairway gets firm. No one will hold it on that line, but safely in the short stuff for 2 of the 3 here at 2. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. And I will give my annual plug as the father of a PGA Junior League player. It is without a doubt the best program of my lifetime getting young kids into the game. So if you have children that you want to get involved in golf, go find a PGA Junior League team near you. It is fun. It is less stressful. It is one of the PGA's best programs. Justin Thomas, not his best effort off the tee here at the second, but it looks like it may have scooted not just through the trees, but Carl, I'm going to guess that took a little bit of a ride down the cart path.
That is a massive break. Now, it's going to be a tough shot because he's going to have to chip it under that tree where the limbs overhang on the left-hand side of this fairway where it kind of protects that green, but that's a huge break.
The other two arriving at their golf balls here in the fairway, all three coming off pars at 1. See, second straight fairway. Collin just making sure there's not somebody tagging along on that golf ball. No debris to worry about. They announced yesterday evening to the players that they would not be playing the ball up after all of the rain this week. That was certainly a big talking point around here with how saturated the fairways were. Certainly you're always entitled to relief if your ball is embedded or if you're in casual water, but to have the announcement the night before that preferred lies would not be in effect, they just squashed any thought of it very early so the players could almost prepare for it overnight. And we've seen this golf course hold up remarkably well. Carl, there's just a lot of grass on this golf course. It's hard to get to the mud.
Yeah, it's. I'm thinking we're going to be just fine. But if they can play the ball down in major championships, you have to do it, and that's what the PGA of America has decided to do. And I like that they tell the players the night before because they can go ahead and just get it ingrained in their head what they're going to have to deal with on occasion out here.
And shorter. Probably better, huh? Yes. I mean, you got 43 with this wind. The normal one finds probably closer to 40 in this weather, right? 43 even. And we're getting at least 5. So start and finish. Start at the bottom branch of the big tree back there. Yep. Finish kind of halfway. Perfect.
All right, they have decided. Joe Greiner on the bag. New caddy for Collin Morikawa.
Don't miss it right. Everything falls off the world to the right.
Really don't want to miss it left either.
And another one hole high, just tugged it a bit.
Once you factor in a little bit of breeze from left to right and then 6 or 7 yards uphill, give me about 153. Stock 9 iron. Carries just past the flag here for DJ.
Careful. Oh, it's perfect now. Putting back uphill. If he's another step or two to the right, that ball will collect off the right-hand side of the green.
He knows too. He missed it, but it's great now as those two have birdie putts. Does Justin Thomas have a path to a birdie putt here, Ned?
Well, he was almost in one of the shopping bags from the merch tent of a spectator, a fan here named Desmond Thomas, not related to Justin Thomas. And he was frozen solid. He didn't want to move. They've got it all ironed out. And there's a big hardwood right in front of Justin.
It has not.
Oh, there it is. That's where it came to rest.
Right next to the ball that was purchased at the Merch Center.
I got one of those yesterday. Nice little 2025 PGA Championship logo on there. Shocking he bought a blue shirt.
You get front seat. Yeah.
So getting Carl here, not entitled to relief. It's just when everything was moved. If the ball moved at all from its spot, it has to be replaced as close to as possible to where it was at rest. So he's not entitled to relief in the situation. So we do have a bit of a stymie situation here for Justin Thomas.
Just nothing.
Going to try to keep it up top. Or, I mean, it doesn't really matter either way because it's like it's at the angle. Yeah, it is. Correct. We were basically 100 yards from here.
Yeah, just going to chip out, Ned.
Yeah, and it's a straightforward shot, but one that requires attention and care because you've got to clear the rough and then not hit it too hard and have it run all the way through the fairway. Just want to hit it about 40 yards.
That's a good point Ned brought up. It's easy to just go up there and whack at that thing, try and get it back to the fairway, but coming out of pine straw, easy to catch it high on the face and not fly it far enough, or catch it a little low on the face and run it through the fairway. So take your time on all the shots. They all count the same.
Any surprise there? You don't just try and maybe low hood something and chase it up there?
No, not with this whole location. Just get it over there short of the greens. Get it up there. See if you can get it inside of 10 feet and get up and down for par. Just, I mean, if he was another 3, 4, 5 feet further back away from that tree, yeah, I could see it, but that was a little too dangerous.
It would have never crossed his mind. There was no chance of either way with a big cut or a hard hook. The tree was a good 4 or 5 feet wide.
55. 455 right at the crest.
Okay, now here's what we're going to see. A little something out of JT. Does he try to carry it all the way to the flag? If he does, he has to be careful of spinning it. Or does he try to skip it? If he tries to skip it, what we saw this morning was the ball wasn't bouncing.
Nobody on the PGA Tour this season better from this distance than this man.
That didn't have that sound that you want to hear. A little bit of a clunk to it. Take a look here and see if we can see anything. Yeah, he may have just hit it too hard. I mean, there wasn't anything that I saw in that swing that looked funky.
And one of the most gifted feel players of his generation. Those shots, Carl, the backswing goes to the same spot every time. It's how hard he's descending to lead that blow to hit those shots. It's incredible wedge control. Go out and tell somebody, hey, listen, take the club here every time and then give me 50 yards worth of buckets to hit it into on the way down.
He was a very, very average wedge player when he first came out on tour. He would fly it close to the hole, the ball would land, take a couple skips, and then zip back 30 feet. And he went home for the offseason, and he came back, and he had these dead arm, no body shots where he was, as you mentioned, taking the same amount of swing, but then dictating on how far the ball was going to go by, how quickly he rotated his body through impact, and he got really good at it.
Well, the story goes that he spent some time with Tiger Woods that offseason and was asking him, what do I have to do to win the big ones and get in contention more often? And Tiger said, you need more shots. Watch the break on this from Morikawa, from his heels to his toes. Halfway there, it will put the blinker on and pick up some pace.
Very nicely done. Lag putting is going to be very important this week. Some big greens out here. You're going to have some long putts that have a ton of break in it. So very important that you work on those touch putts throughout the week.
Carl, I don't know much, but I do know that putting for par from above the hole out here this week That's not a good equation for finding yourself atop the leaderboard.
Yeah, not from 15 feet or 20 feet, that's for sure. This is one of those you just have to lag down there, Ned. If you happen to find the right line and it goes in, great, but don't make a big mistake here.
That ball was almost done rolling when it got to the left edge of the cup, and he still has 3.5 feet. You mentioned the 3 putts. As always, 156-man field here this week. So robust waves on both sides of 78 players. And there's still golf to be played from those wrapping up their morning wave round. But 2/3 of the field this morning had at least one 3-putt.
You'll see that number probably go up as these greens start to dry out as well and get a little bit faster. I suspect these greens, Ned, will be a good foot faster at some point in this tournament.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Probably not too many between the right side of the green and the hole here today.
Good putt right there. Just didn't quite marry the speed with the line he tried to play that putt on.
Well, the hole's over 4 inches wide, but if that putt was going to go in, the hole was about an inch wide where he needed to try and drip that thing in. But that's a good start for DJ. 2 good par 4s, couple of good drives. I know that wasn't the line he wanted to take on that approach shot, but certainly the least amount of stress of this trio so far as Justin Thomas tries to minimize the damage.
Just a stroke tester, straight in.
Oh, God, pulled that right from the get-go.
Saw that late last week in Philly. A couple of just hard pulls from short range.
Well, that's a little bit of a head scratcher there for JT as he gives 2 back here at his second hole. And that's the one thing that you do not want to do in major championships. I think Collin Morikawa will just make sure he takes his time and goes through the process. Nice putt.
2 fairways, 2 greens, couple of 2 putts for Collin as well. Smiling as he leaves this green. All right, you've survived 1 and 2. Your reward, you can go play 3.
488 yards. Have a tree on the left that guards this left-hand side, so if you do miss it in the rough on the left-hand side, very difficult to get the ball on the green. Those bunkers on the right-hand side of the fairway are pretty deep, so important to hit the fairway here. We've got a 2-tiered green here at the third. About midway up the green, as you can see there is the slope. It's about a foot and a half higher on that back level than it is on the front level.
Missed the green right here today. It is pretty much a guarantee you're going to make bogey. That has been the story here today. You see those trees starting to move as well, which will push everything to the right-hand side of this hole. And there you see just 3 birdies here in this opening round as the 4th toughest hole. These gauntlet of 3 par 4s to start. 1, 2, and now 3, where Dustin Johnson looks for his 3rd straight fairway to start this round.
Which would be a nice, comforting feeling for DJ. I watched him the last couple of days on the practice area and had the driver going out of both barrels. This is left, trying to come back, but I don't think it's going to make it.
That's going to be interesting.
Hold, please. Quiet, please.
Not sure if he'll be able to get it up and over that tree and have enough on it to get to the green, or if he's going to have to try and run something up in between those 2 front bunkers. More fairways to Collin Morikawa.
That needs to settle a little bit, though. That had a knuckle flight to it.
Yeah, that's in the bunker, and it'll depend on how far up into that bunker he hit it. And what that does for that second shot for Collin. There's been a number of bogeys from players that have found that bunker off the tee. Very deep bunkers here at Quail Hollow Club. Lips become a massive part of the story if you're in there. As Thomas has bad memories of the last time he swung this club, that snap hook back at 2.
It's up that left-hand side.
Yeah, he's watching it, isn't he?
Hoping to find his way to the green from there. Everybody in this opening round of the PGA Championship looking up at Ryan Gerard, first ever PGA Championship appearance. Made the turn at 1 under, birdie 10, and this birdie putt at 11. That's a bonus. That would be 2 in a row. He'd make his 3rd birdie in a row at the par 4 12 before his tee shot here at the par 3 13th from 205. Tucked over that bunker, Gerard took dead aim and delivered an absolutely perfect dart. Kick it in from there. That's 4 birdies in a row making the turn. Was just off the green at the par 5 15th. Carl Paulson, when it is your day, it is your day.
Yeah, showing some touch here. Was moving awfully quickly, but you know what? You need a little luck sometimes.
6 under through his first 6 holes on the back. He is 7 under, has a lengthy birdie putt coming up at 16. If he were to par in on the Green Mile, which is saying something, and get this in at 7 under par, from a strokes gained standpoint, it would be the best round of his professional career, is what he's on right now.
Well, he's been showing signs of really becoming one of the better players out on the PGA Tour. Got a little sniff a few years back. After qualifying for a couple of tournaments, made his way back to the PGA Tour through the Korn Ferry Tour and has played some really nice golf here in 2025. The North Carolinian feeling a little bit at home this week so far.
Loving life as our featured group tries to keep pace with that one, but a little bit of a scramble here at the 3rd. Justin Thomas does find at least a clearer path down the right-hand side, but missed fairways from DJ and Morikawa, so their path a little bit impeded here at this par 4 3rd. Again, scoreable stretch on both 9s come a little bit later. Here on the front, you're really just kind of trying to get to 7, and then on the back, that stretch before the Green Mile is Morikawa surveying. How's the lie, Ned?
589.
Clean.
Tough shots in those back bunkers. Anywhere middle of the green, right? 65, 75, 75, 80. Yeah, 75, 85, because this is good. This is good.
This is all good.
This is just all downhill.
Yeah, and I would say this would be easier than being, you know, because this might come back 15 minutes short. So I'd rather push it manually.
Faceless sloping.
Yep.
Short. This hole, 89.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's kind of right.
It's weirdly almost helping, but
For sure getting some help, especially with the cut. Going to cut it.
out of the bunker, I gotta open it up a little bit. I mean,
Okay.
stock 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't see anything else.
No, I don't actually think you. I mean, if we're being picky, you take some off it. So
I just think I'm hitting it up.
yeah.
So like, I don't think I need to take anything off.
Well, if we're going to add it to right of it, it's totally fine. This can land anywhere between 70 and 85.
I just have to open the face. I don't think I'm really taking anything off.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll just call your fairway from the pin all the way inside the inside
I mean, I like starting it just right at it.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
80, yeah.
Yep.
Carl, I don't think we need to do our job anymore. That was a great job by Collin and Joe. The show is yours, gentlemen.
Said he had to open that face up a little bit, got caught underneath and left the face open through impact.
You hear him say, don't plug. So bunker to bunker, likely there for Morikawa. And now DJ blocked out in the rough.
He's made a good 15 practice swings, trying to take it up and over this tree, maybe get the front edge of the green.
Okay.
But Carl, nobody's getting it up and down. From
Yeah, that's because it's lightning fast from over there.
Yeah, it's probably just kind of. The thing is, with this mud on the left, I don't feel like I can comfortably, turn one down and hook it. Yeah.
We're just playing smart way, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, I need to allow it to curve a little bit with this.
Agreed.
9 iron off the slide, getting over that.
Perfect. Bottom to get in that stand.
You hear him say mud on the left side of the golf ball, which will impact his ability to try and shape this from right to left.
Yeah, he was down on all fours inspecting it. All in, give me 170. That includes the wind and a few yards for the uphill. Boy, win after that might be a high towering 8.
Mud just took all the spin off again. It did.
Wind was helping when he hit that second shot as well.
Diabolical hole. It's a beautiful hole. One of my favorites out here to walk, the framing of those trees down both sides, but it is so much more fun to watch these guys play it than actually play it.
Yeah, I was going to say, your favorite hole on this course, you're talking about if you're watching, not playing, for sure.
So full scramble mode for this trio here at 3. How important surviving this start was going to be. We talked about that hot round of Ryan Gerard. He's trying to survive the finish. And for those players that start their rounds on the back 9 today, you go from the green mile to this stretch on the front. That's 2 hours of just terror.
If you tee off on the back 9 in this championship, you better be playing some great golf in the middle of your round, or you're going to be over par very quickly. The end of the green mile and the beginning of the front 9, by far the hardest holes on the golf course.
So no greens in regulation here, and you see the spread of golf balls as JT in that zone with DJ. We talked about, you see those bogeys from back there that players have made. I mean, nobody on the high. Look, a couple of 3 putts from the right side of the green so far today as well, where Collin Morikawa is going to try to be the first player from where he is in the bunker to get this up and down for par. So, I mean, the odds tell you right now, if 2 players make par here, it'll be an upset from where they've hit it.
Well, there's no doubt, and Collin Morikawa must get this bunker shot past the hole, so he's putting back uphill. Looks like he may have switched to his middle wedge.
Well, it's a conflicting lie because he's a little bit on the upslope, slightly above his feet, so both of those things scream heavy. The ball's sitting down, so you think upslope might come out and carry, but everything else is coming down low. So I like the fact that he's going to less loft.
You know, he's gotten better as a putter over the last couple of years, but this is still the one area of the game that lags a little bit. Around the greens and in bunkers, he's 170th on the PGA Tour this year in sand saves.
You know, Carl, for these kind of shots, when I'd like to get it running, come out lower, I always felt like I was trying to shallow this a little bit and almost kind of catch a little more sand. So take less loft, even try with a pitching wedge. You want this on the ground quickly.
Yeah, easy at the last moment to just decel a little bit, though. That's just a professional chunk and run right there. Wow, is that good. He afforded himself to be able to get that ball rolling because he used his middle wedge and not his L wedge, and landed it right on top of that shelf and judged that speed terrifically coming down the hill.
That'll only count as one sand save, but I feel like he should be credited for 2. That was really good.
Does that look like the 170th
No,
best bunker player on tour?
He'd be first at my club.
Gentlemen, I got to tell you, I'd be surprised if both Dustin Johnson and Justin Thomas don't get these up and down. Off the upslopes, thin grass around it.
Break. Go ball.
It's just so fast. But you got to get that past the hole, so you're putting back uphill.
Exactly.
There's another guy who flipped the switch, didn't he, when he got good with the wedges, short shots, combined incredible athleticism and ball striking with all of the aspects to be a 5-tool player. Stuff around the greens has never really been a problem for this man.
Use that leading edge, dig it in, let the hill create the loft for you. Carry it 5 feet on and everything else will just go right to the cup.
Took an interesting little skinny second hop, didn't it?
Yeah, you're not looking for any spin there, but you're trying to control what it's going to do on that second bounce. And as you mentioned, it looked like it just kind of skid on him a little bit.
He may have carried that a few feet farther than he meant to.
So coming off the double, that is going to be a very important par putt early in a Thursday for Justin Thomas to try and keep this round on the rails. I'm not saying anything can get away from you 3 holes in, but 3 over through 3 is not how you're drawing up trying to win your 3rd PGA.
No, it's certainly the last thing in the world you want to do. But if it does happen, you can't panic. There's just so much golf, and with the amount of birdies that Justin Thomas can make, you know, in a 69-hole period is massive. So you just can't panic.
TJ taking his time when an airplane pass by. You always want to hit your shots as they're going away from you. Stealthy read here. I think you can keep this inside the edge.
Yeah, I was going to say, shouldn't be much break. That ball likes to find the fall line once it gets past the hole when it's coming downhill.
All in all, solid start from DJ.
Very.
And, you know, Carl, as you were mentioning with JT, even if he misses this, you somehow have to tell yourself, okay, yeah, there's the green mile, but there's also 1, 2, and 3. That is a exceptionally difficult stretch of 3 holes on this golf course.
Yeah, playing those 6 holes in a row, as we mentioned, if you tee off on 10, is absolutely brutal right in the middle of your round.
And again, relatively straightforward, maybe on the right edge, but just give it enough pace to hit the back of the cup.
Just a lot of bogeys from right of the green so far today, and also a couple of holes for JT where the putter has not looked like it has much of this year. That is a rugged start for the only PGA champion from Quail Hollow Club.
And the mindset has to change a little bit now. You got to start playing a little game with yourself. Okay, how long is it going to take me to get back to level par? And then we can see if we can get it into red figures. But you just got to chip away at it.
Heck of a sandy there from Collin Morikawa. He keeps it at level par. And our first par 3 coming up for this trio here on the front 9 of their opening round. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. You can start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Now's the time to get into it. Now we kind of know what this golf tournament's going to look like. You got some starts with some players. Find your edge. Get in there now. Get some good numbers as we look for the number here at the first of 3 very meaty par 3s on this golf course.
Yeah, and this one an interesting green. To me, it looks like a Ruffles potato chip. There's all kinds of movement in this green. And they've got this flag stick tucked over on this left-hand side, just 15 feet between the edge of the hole and the edge of the green, with the slope coming back down towards the hole. The prudent play here is about 15 or 20 feet right of the flag stick.
Ranch or French onion dip with that ruffle? What are you going?
The ones with the
chives in it. French onion with a little chive in there.
For sure. Sure. DJ's taking it well over on the right-hand side of this tee.
This is aggressive right at the flag.
Hello. Not scared.
Great opportunity there. As we take a look at DJ's swing here. Very strong grip. Gets the back of that left hand pointed up towards the sky. That takes all kinds of flexibility in the body, and then as he comes through, it is hold on for dear life. Do not let that right hand overtake that left hand until the ball is long gone. And then the little hinge at the very end of his swing. Very unique golf swing, very athletic golf swing.
Yes. Yeah, more choppy.
A little bit of an off-putting shot for a man who likes to drop it from left to right. But the wind off of the right.
Ah, that's good. Go.
Get her on the proper side of a little ridge that kicks it away, but if you're going to make a mistake, it's right, not left.
Shane Lowry made one from there earlier in the day from 68 feet.
Right stairs. Look up. Anything on that all works to the hole. Okay.
It's important for JT here, Ned, not to start forcing things. Just play the way that you normally have your game plan set up for the day and try and chip away at this 3 over par start.
I agree with you. At the same time, I'm thinking, all right, let's go flag hunting. 7, maybe 8 iron for JT. use the wind from right to left to bring it to that back left hole location. Way, way up into the air, falling to the left, maybe too far left.
It's a mistake you can't make.
Yeah, you can't be in that bunker today. Kind of a surprising start, wouldn't you say, from JT? The bad tee shot at 2, had a shaky short missed putt, hitting the wrong spot even with a little bit of mud on the ball back at 3. But a guy who has played such high level golf into that victoryless drought earlier this year at Hilton Head, number of runner-up finishes this season for Justin Thomas. I think very easy to say that his expectations for his performance this week as high as they have been entering a major championship in 2 years.
Yeah, and that could be the issue, right? I mean, with the better you play, the more expectations come along with that better play. It's definitely a horrendous start for what he's trying to do.
We talked about that incredible season for JT, the 2-time PGA champion. The last win before this year, and before that putt fell in the playoff at Hilton Head, was that PGA Championship back in 2022. But you see the putter, which has been average or slightly below. If he's putting it like a top 25 putter in professional golf with the ball striking that has come back, he's going to win multiple times in a season. He's won once this year, and I don't know where you would power rank him this week in terms of best chances to win, especially given the fact that he's 50th or so in distance, plenty long enough, but there were some guys that were longer, and he talked about it in his press conference earlier this week about, just hit driver everywhere this week and sort of figure it out. But still, I mean, on that top 10 list of players, you'd probably expect to be holding a Wanamaker when it's all said and done.
Yeah, no doubt about it, especially with his current form coming into this week with 3 second-place finishes and, of course, the win at RBC Heritage. You fully expected him to get off to a good start today, but he hasn't. Now he's got to figure out a game plan for the rest of today and the rest of this week. And it doesn't help when you short-side yourself here. The only good news here is this shot is back into the wind.
But he's coming from so far below the surface of the green, he really can't use the breeze. Watch how open the face is. Look at this. It's more than pancake, it's inverted.
He's got that thing almost 90 degrees open.
Do not try this at home, folks.
We have seen some excellent bunker shots so far out of this group today.
He kept it short of the hole.
All right, so he's got the face open about about 80 degrees because he's got it so far open, and then he opens it up more on the backswing, and able to get a little bit of spin on it too.
What's the key to executing that shot?
Speed. Speed, speed, speed. And it's very easy to, at the bottom, go, I don't hit it too hard, and kind of decel and catch it a little heavy, and the ball goes flying by the flagstick. That second bounce check that he got on that shot was due to the speed down through impact. Second iron shot in a row that Collin Morikawa has left well out to the right-hand side. Obviously, on this particular hole, that's where you want to miss it.
But both of them to the wide side, so maybe overly defensive. This one's all about pace. It's going to break 3 different directions. Hit it too hard, it'll run 6 or 7 feet past.
Outside of 35 feet generally is mostly about pace. Like Ned said, you missed anytime you're outside of 35 feet, and you miss with your pace, that's when you can be 4, 5, 6, and 7 feet. Very hard to miss it 4 feet to the right or to the left on a putt.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, I don't mean for us. I mean for them, Ned.
4 feet sounds pretty good to me. Well, I would have bet you a nickel that of the 3 players, it wouldn't be Dustin Johnson, who looked the most solid through 4 holes, but that is absolutely the case. And a little bit of a sidewinder here as they go through the aim point. Off the shoulder of the bunker, when you're standing over this putt, you feel like you're almost on your tippy toes, Carl. So your mind's telling you it's going to jump off to the right.
His brother, who's caddying for him, was pointing a good cup outside that left edge.
I'd buy that.
And our first birdie from this group belongs to Dustin Johnson here at the par 3. DJ into the red early in this opening round.
Just a rock solid start for DJ.
I love the teamwork between him and his brother. His brother does all the technical work, right? And then gives DJ a spot and allows him to sort of be free to it.
Yeah, play it here. Okay.
Perfect.
And this one, like a pop quiz in school, you're either ready or you're not, because you have to put this outside the right edge.
Cost him his first shot of the week. Ed mentioned this ball was going to be snapping, and don't see a lot lip in when they're falling this far away from the cup.
You can see the line was wiggling right away. Just kind of cut across it slightly. And that ball gets just a little bit of side spin on it, and when it hits an edge, it'll lip out instead of in.
Will, you mentioned what's gone wrong so far for JT. Thing I find most disconcerting is the short missed putts. And now we're starting to see a lot of fidgeting. We haven't seen much of that the last couple of weeks. Realign the ball, and then a couple of waggles with the shoulders, and it just looks a little bit off.
Yeah, good stroke there, though. It's a big putt right there, Will.
Band-Aid applied, at least for now, as they head to the 5th here on a Thursday afternoon. Coming off his first birdie of the day, first birdie of this group, Dustin Johnson, who has not finished inside the top 40 in a PGA Championship since Collin Morikawa's win when he was runner-up to him back in 2020. Hot start for DJ, and now put in the fairway. can make birdie here at 5.
Beautiful placed. Middle right hole location today, so coming in from the left side of the fairway will be a little bit easier.
Have to get a bit of fortune here as well. This is one of the couple of fairways that retains a lot of water, the 5th and the 10th of the 2. Might want to try to hit something a little lower so that it's less likely to catch any debris when it lands.
I like starting it step right of the ball.
Won't be any debris on that ball. That's flown in the bunker.
Some players have carried that bunker, but when I say some, I mean a select few. Justin Thomas just doesn't have the gear to quite get it there, so he'll be hoping that stayed far enough back at the lip. Now Collin Morikawa certainly can't carry anything out here, so he's going to have to thread the needle.
No. No.
A little spinny so far for Collin Morikawa. You want to talk about the fidgety nature back on the greens? It's time now from our PGA of America Coaching Center powered by T-Mobile. Our PGA professional Joe Hallett, more on that pre-putt routine, Coach.
Man, guys, I got to tell you, Bill, Carl, one thing I love about, we saw that bunker shot, and that is definitely something you don't want to try at home. That is so difficult. But one of the things that Justin's done for so many years, and I don't think we saw it on that tee shot, but he had this really long rehearsal waggle. Many years he would get up there. I saw him doing it on the practice tee this week, kind of taking that long rehearsal waggle. That's something that viewers do want to copy, because in real life, our swings tend to start out good, and right about here, they all go kaput. So if you can get a waggle in there and feel a longer waggle, you got a better chance of your swing starting out a little bit more under control, and that might just put the ball in the fairway.
Thank you so much, Joe. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner of the PGA of America, and a swing that we're certainly familiar with seeing from Justin Thomas, who I would say sometimes a little bit more fidgetier than most as he sets up here, Carl, for that target.
Yeah, likes to just put the club parallel to the ground and then take a look back at it. Didn't do it this time, but this was a swing where his lower half just outraced his upper half a little bit. So he's just he's got the lower half and the upper half working at 2 different speeds right now. He needs to really focus in on trying to get those to marry up and get to the finish line, which is impact at the same time.
Another missed fairway, which, as we talked about off the top, is such a huge part of this golf course. You know, being able to hit it long is obviously and always an advantage, but you know, case in point, Justin Thomas misses the fairway on the inside of the dog leg at 2. Short putt missed later, it's a double. Technically misses the fairway at 3 by only about 1.5 feet into the first cut, but just that lack of spin control, being blocked out, it ends up leading to another bogey there for JT. So he's missed all but one of his fairways, the opening hole today at the first for Justin Thomas. And if you're going to hit less than half of your fairways this week, it's going to make life really difficult trying to post a number.
Yeah, I promise you, you're not going to finish where you want to finish if you're going to miss half your fairways. That's this golf course is too long. The grass, the rough has got some moisture in it, and it's just too hard to play from that grass.
Look at some of the players at the top of the leaderboard today. Captain Keegan Bradley shot 68 today, hit 12 of 14 fairways. Alex Noren also shot 68, 300 par today. He hit 12 of 14 fairways. Put it in the short grass, you give yourself a fighting chance when it's all said and done.
Well, the good news here in the 5th fairway is both Collin Morikawa and Dustin Johnson, they collected a little bit of organic material, but nothing of note, nothing that would cause the ball to go offline. Justin Thomas has a decent lie in the bunker, but the lip's going to be a little bit of an issue, especially because, Carl, the ball is so far below his feet. It always seems harder to get elevation when the ball is below your feet.
Yeah, the way I liked to play fairway bunker shots too was to keep everything from the waist down as still as possible. Just try and clip it off the top of the sand. And when you do that, it does have a tendency to come out a little bit lower. So a high degree of difficulty here in this bunker shot for JT.
No, it feels like it's helping.
Collin hadn't made very many good swings yet so far either, Ned.
Feels like they may be overthinking it just a little bit.
I agree.
I think I just got to go more through stop. Carries a long period. Yeah. I can't play it. Help. Agreed. Start the finish line. Right out of it. Love it. Like, man, finish it. Hit our number on that. That's it. Love it. No, I'm totally good with that.
I'm giving this all in, uphill, into the breeze, 161. All you have to do really, though, is cover the bunker. That's about a 155 carry.
Yeah, that was definitely the 8-iron.
Took a little off of that, Carl, but it looked like in doing so, that was a better pass at the golf ball than we've seen.
It was definitely a better swing.
DJ said, "I'll take it from here, boys." 2 yards closer than Collin.
Carl, he's a Hall of Famer, but he's also first ballot Hall of Famer pace of player too, Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, and that's the way he's supposed to play. With an athletic swing, he makes this more of a sport, more of a reaction to what's in front of him, and I love the way that he's played like that for all those years.
Behind it, right? Little deep, little left of it. Yes? Yeah. Good. Say just play that number? Yes. See a shot with your eye.
He shouldn't be looking at this flag stick, Ned.
No, you could. You could. You felt great about it, but I'd like to see something over towards the 5 on the television tower, whereas if you don't catch it clean, at least you're going to be in the grass, maybe on the front edge. If that stays on, that's magical.
It's going to roll through the green, but he's got all kinds of green to work with, and we know how good he is from around the greens.
It was a bullet. Took it on a little bit on that shot.
The sound it made, it was definitely ball first. Might have been just a little bit thin. That's why it came out like
half groove low.
Yeah, I think so.
Came rocketing out of that fairway bunker, but appears to have a clean line. That second cut just over the back of the putting surface, where he has been scrambling since hitting that opening tee shot. Justin Thomas has not hit a green in regulation yet in this round of golf. It's a somewhat shocking number. I understand how difficult this golf course is, but 0 of 5 trying to hit greens for JT here in the first hour plus of this round.
Yeah, he's got to get himself in better position off the tee. I mean, he hit it on the left-hand side of the fairway at the first. Ball well below his feet. Missed it way left at 3. First cut at 4 or at 2, missed way left, and missed in that first cut at 3. So he's not setting himself up to hit good iron shots because he's been in trouble off the tee.
All 3 of these players favoring long here. There you see where the birdies have come on this hole today. And best approach shot was Stephen Jaeger in part of his round at 67. Nearly hopped it in the hole before backing it up. Just 7 birdies here today so far at this par 4 fifth.
Once you get past that ridge, so the bunker runs along, the ridge runs along right where the bunker stops on that right-hand side. It's pretty flat back here on this back part of the green. This chip is actually back uphill.
Until it gets to the hole.
Right.
And then it will run all the way off the green if you hit it 5 or 6 feet too hard. I don't think we're quite there yet, though, with the speeds, Carl.
Yeah, there's the fires has been put at bay for just a little bit with all the rain that we've had.
I mean, they look greener today than they did 48 hours ago.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. They were quite firm on even Tuesday and then Wednesday morning.
And the benefit of having sub-air systems under the greens, that means that all these greens have the technology of literally being able to pull moisture from underneath the greens out of them, and that way you can control just how soft the greens are. JT chips for birdie.
We got a great look here. Back foot stance, just gonna plop this on the green and try and roll it like a putt. Just no anxiousness in the transition when he's pitching from around the greens, and that's why he's so good.
Is that something you can drill or teach yourself, or is that just a guy who's gifted?
It's just keeping a calm mind. Anytime your mind starts getting quick, then it starts translating into your hands and your fingers, and then you start getting a little quick in that transition. You deal off the club and you hit it way by. That one got away from him a little bit there, but he played the shot the way he wanted to play it. Just hit it just a little bit too hard.
Now Morikawa coming off a 3-putt bogey back at the 4th. Ned, what's your biggest concern with this effort?
He was paying close attention to the last 8 feet of what Justin Thomas had to deal with. So my concern would be that he will either overcorrect and leave it short, or doesn't account for it and runs it good 6 or 8 feet past. Yep. That's going to crawl right into that zone. Peter Allis used to call those one of those.
That's definitely outside the circle of friendship if you're playing a friendly match with your buddy.
Oh, yeah, it is. Not you, though, Carl. I'll give it to you. This is a curious number here, this one for Dustin. There's a little ripple that cuts through the backside of the screen, and it looks like it wants to kick left the first 6 feet, but it won't. And so you end up missing it a good 1.5 feet to the right. And Carl, it's one of those, if it gets below the hole with too much pace, it's going to really start to pick up some speed at the cup.
On these putts, I like to play maximum amount of break and just try to drip it to the hole. It's okay if it comes up a foot short.
The important part of this one is the first 6 feet.
He's putted it better his last 2 starts entering this week. Live starts in Mexico and South Korea, but it has not been a good putting pretty much last 12 months for DJ. When he was the #1 player in the world and contending in majors, that putter got really good for several years for DJ.
I noticed it on that putt he made on the par 3. He's kind of closing that putter face down on the way back, and it was very much to the inside. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day progresses.
A lot of wobbly knees for the next couple of minutes here.
Joe Griner was all the way on the ground, even at that worm cam view. Keep it inside the hole.
On the rim.
Didn't break at all.
I don't know where if they found or saw a break in there, but it was always had the look of somewhere inside the cup.
Yeah, definitely started on that right edge and stayed dead straight. Back-to-back three-putt bogeys for Collin Morikawa.
You're going to drop shots this week. You know you're going to drop shots. How you drop shots is the difference between surviving and failing. Right?
That makes a big difference. Look, if you bogey one of the hardest holes because you got out of position, that's one thing. But when you're in position and you give one up like that, or give two up like that, back to back, that's tough to swallow.
Gonna hit a green. Grind is real right now for JT.
I tell you what, we played 4 holes and we're chewing gum, spitting tobacco kind of grinding right now.
This is when you gotta move the tees from one pocket to the other pocket. You gotta.
I like the way DJ does it, though. All right, there's the hole. Let's get the ball in there.
This one, you might actually have to give it a skosh outside the hole.
By far the harder of the 3 par putts, but safely in for DJ.
A top 5 walk-in golf will strut his way over the tee at 6. I aspire to walk like that man someday. It'd be helpful if I grew 4 inches. We're over to the 6th.
As we take a look at the lengthy par 3-6, 241 yards down the hill, quite a bit of drop as you see there, 26 feet in elevation change from the tee to the center of the green. And not really a green built to accept 241 yard shots. There's a little hollow in the front center of this green where you see those red arrows coming back towards the walk up there, and if you don't get it up and over that, it will turn around and collect back off the green.
There you see the numbers today, just 3 birdies, less than 40% of the field hitting this green in regulation today at the 6th. So if you find the green, you are better than average today. And to give you an idea, we got lumber out for DJ here on this lengthy par 3.
A lot of these players with very lofted metalwoods in the bag these days.
And that is his 7 wood, and it's to the left side of the green.
He's got plenty of green to work with, but that's a pretty big miss, Ned.
There's a gust of wind. You might be able to see it in the trees.
Obviously I can't.
Left to right, I think he was counting on riding it.
This elevated tee.
Yeah.
It's one of those I kind of just smooth that comes out maybe. Nice flight on it. Starting at edge of the tower, looking down the coming for the bit, the left coast coming up hard. Good.
Just to look over his shoulder, make sure nobody's hitting their approach shot to the 5th. So this likely his 4-iron. He told me earlier in the week he carries that 225 yards.
Sure.
He's just way out of sync.
0 for 6.
That is a huge miss.
And no chance it covered that number that Ned was talking about either. I mean, this was open and not on the sweet spot.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets to the top of the swing here. Watch this left knee and left hip just kick way out. He's always opened his hips a great deal coming into impact, but it was just early there.
That's sweep in. Get up.
That's what I was talking about. That'll definitely collect back off the green.
A lot of balls down there, about a 50-50 up and in for Collin Morikawa. This group just scrambling here at the par 3. Well, the Green Mile flexed its muscle early. Ryan Gerard was trying to post maybe what would have been in the round of the week, but bogeys at 17 and 18, which means the first round leader for the moment is at 5 under par with a round of 66 today in his first PGA Championship. That leaves the afternoon groups now to try and chase it down. J.J. Spawn, runner-up at the Players Championship earlier this year, been playing some really good golf the last couple of seasons. 4 under through his first 6 holes on the back, but guess what? That means he's entering the Green Mile right now. So if he stays at -4 about 90 minutes or so from right now, certainly will have our attention, but showing that there is some scoring available, especially when you get to the back 9, as our featured group is just 1 hole away from getting to what will be the beginning of a scoreable stretch in this golf course. But, Carl, they're trying to survive this 6th hole just to get to that tee at 7.
It's definitely a par hole. Get it somewhere on or around the green where you can get the ball up and down or 2-putt. If you happen to get one close to the flagstick, it's a little bit of a bonus. But this is just a hole where you want to make a par and get out of there. You got a par 5 coming up after this that is reachable by everybody in the field, basically. So the next few holes are holes that you really will have some opportunities to make some birdies, and you just don't want to enter those holes having dropped one here at the 6th.
See 3 very different shots around this par 3 6th green. DJ, the furthest of the trio and the only player in this group to get it under par early in this round. If he's going to stay 1 under par, this is going to be sporty.
Yeah, if he wants to, he can add some loft, but it's sitting down with a couple of those firecrackers right behind it, so it could come off hot.
That's the second chip shot we've seen him hit that just kind of shot out on him.
That was the risk. If you're going to take on some speed and try to go up top, that was always the risk.
And always a little bit tougher, Ned, for a guy that plays with a closed club face like that from around the greens.
Have to be so precise as you're coming in steep on it, don't you? Carl, what do you think here for JT? That practice swing indicated he was going to try to carry it onto the putting surface.
I would love to see that rehearsal be the same type of shot that or swing that he makes on this shot, because if he does, he is going way upstairs with this. Oh yeah, club face wide open.
Better throw those hands and let that club head pass.
It's still a good shot. It's going to run out to 15 feet or so. That's still a pretty good shot. He's just putting himself in terrible positions, Will.
I mean, I had to go to the penthouse floor with this shot just to try and get it anywhere close. And I mean, again, great hands around the green, but I don't care how good your short game is. You miss 6 greens in a row, and you are dangerously getting yourself behind the 8 ball very early in this championship. Morikawa, low root here.
That's going to be a tough putt there, too. Outside left edge and straight back downhill.
Tell me about the 7th hole again.
Well, it's another hole, Ned, that if you hit the ball in the fairway, you can really take advantage of.
I'll make sure to tell them that on the way over to the tee.
You can tell them there have been more birdies and eagles at 7 today than pars. So you can look at that in 2 ways. Try and get done with this hole and go get healthy at 7. But if you go over there and make 5, you're going to feel like you just made another bogey on the front 9.
Carl, what did you hear Will just say?
I was going to say, especially if you drop one here at the 6th and then make a 5 at the 7th, then you're really feeling behind the 8 ball.
I can hear the thought bubble right now. Birdies and eagles. I'm just trying to hit a green. Because golf, that's why.
It's a crazy game that we play, especially with a guy like Justin Thomas coming in with all the confidence in the world, having 3 second-place finishes this year, and of course that win in South Carolina. Yeah, this is just a putter from off the green here, Ned, just trying to ease this down to the hole and make sure you don't make a double.
Yeah, this is when you might rumble in by accident.
Yeah, good putt.
A birdie and a bogey. And again, you stand on the 7th tee, even par, starting on the front. You haven't lost ground by any stretch of the imagination when you think about this start. The first is the 5th most difficult hole, the 3rd, the 6th most difficult hole. This is the 7th most difficult hole. Obviously, the Green Mile is taking its pound of flesh, as it always does, but there's just not a whole lot of multiple birdie starts the first 1/3 of this round of golf at Quail Hollow Club.
It's kind of interesting how, you know, the hardest holes in this golf course are lumped together. So if you go through this stretch of holes, the Green Mile or the first 4 or 5 holes here at on the front 9, and you don't have your best stuff, you can really get off to a terrible start.
Working from his heels to his toes, but you can hit it too hard and blast it right through the break.
That is the definition of a horrible start right there.
4 over through 6 without hitting a green.
You could look on the bright side, I guess, and say he's gotten all the bad out of this week, but that is, I'm not going to go over hyperbole here and say that this is shocking or anything. It's a hard golf course, and if you're just a little bit off, that's what the start can be. But the way that we've seen Justin Thomas in control of his golf game this year, it is certainly stunning to have that number through the first 6 holes.
Tough little par putt here for Morikawa.
Keep your head down, Collin.
Oh, that's a solid stroke there.
He stayed engaged in this fight, even though he's 2 over par. A couple of better swings the last couple of holes, so he'll try and get healthy at the par 5. We all look to get healthy with the birdie hole upcoming. .66 by Ryan Gerard earlier today. Had it as deep as 7 under par before bogeying his last 2 holes. He leads by 1. 4 players shooting 67 today, including European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald. The captains might outplay all of their potential picks by the end of today in this PGA Championship as we try to get right here, Carl, at 7.
Yeah, gotta find this fairway. We got a big drop from the tee to the middle of this fairway. This is a low-lying fairway here at the 7th, but obviously the rock wall protecting the front right of this green. Crazy slopes in this green as well. And this is one of the harder hole locations up on the level, the higher level on the front left of this green.
Well, no, I just feel it pick up and come in more. Yeah.
Not really sure why we needed a discussion there.
Yeah, get comfortable.
And he's backing off twice, and then he can feel the breeze.
Yeah, but
Get gusted.
you know what you need to do. It is right back into the fan now. Let's aim it at the bunkers down the left side. Hit that strong bullet cut. Seemed to like it.
Done exactly that. Forward momentum after it landed. Dustin Johnson will try to use that blueprint that Collin Morikawa just set in front of him.
Cut. It's the hair.
Oh, by a foot, missing his second fairway.
Carl, if you could get a truthful answer out of Justin Thomas right now, you think he's a little bit uneasy over this tee shot?
Yeah, probably. I mean, he's only hit one fairway, hadn't hit a green. I'd be a little nervous myself.
Okay, so we've diagnosed it. What do you think? You tee it down and hit a little cut, or you still just swing away?
Yeah, I mean, he's out of sync with his lower half and his upper half. So, you know, it's a par 5, so you want to hit one pretty hard down there, but I think you're right. Maybe take just a little bit off of one, maybe try to draw one. Just do something a little bit different.
Well, they put it in the fairway. One of two in this group to find the fairway, the other being Collin Morikawa, who earlier this week was getting ready for his attack of this golf course, presenting this great scoring opportunity, and Marty Smith walked this hole with Collin Morikawa and discussed the strategy here at the par 5.
Collin Morikawa is the 2020 PGA champion, kind enough to let us tag along here on the 7th hole as he practices. What are we looking at here?
It looks far. I don't think Joe's going to let me go for it. No, not that far.
Walk me through what you felt there.
Just a bad swing. That's part of practice round.
This is a hole that you want to take advantage of.
This is like a part in the round where, you know, you would love to make at least one birdie between the couple holes. You got 10 as a par 5. You can make a real good round out of it.
All right, so what are we looking at here?
Kind of a near impossible shot for the mere mortals.
Of which you are not, sir.
No, I wouldn't really want it here even if I did hit it in the water though.
That's incredible. Thanks,
I
Steve.
agree.
I appreciate it.
Hoping to have some of that same magic on this golf hole. You know, golfers will break down a round of golf or a golf course into segments, right, Carl? 8 under par won this golf tournament in 2017. If you look at this hole and 8 coming up, a sometimes drivable par 4. You look at 14 and 15, same combination, a drivable par 4 followed by a par 5. If you can play those 4 holes a minimum of 2 under every day, that's 8 under for the week. Even par on the rest of this golf course gets you to the winning score from 2017. Is it that simple sometimes when you get to these little segments? Because for the next 30 minutes, they know they're playing a stretch of golf where they can make up ground, maybe 2, even 3 shots here at 7 and 8.
It is, but you got to be careful with that because you start getting ahead of yourself and you make one bad swing with a wedge on 8 and spin it off the green and don't get the ball up and down, you're making a bogey. You make one bad swing here trying to go for this green in 2 and you hit it in the water and you end up making a bogey. So yes, you have the mindset, at least in the back of your mind, okay, it's time for me to be a little bit more aggressive. These holes are a little bit easier, but then you have to compartmentalize it and bring it back to, okay, this shot right now, I've got to hit a good one.
The micro versus macro of your round of golf as we take a look at these 3 tee balls. Dustin Johnson's just clipping into that bunker down the left-hand side, and Justin Thomas may have skied that one a little bit, but at this point in time, though, Ned, just happy to be in a fairway as we'll take one more look at this swing of Justin Thomas, who's going to be 40 yards behind Collin Morikawa down the fairway, down the right-hand side. And here was this, I don't know if it was a fairway finder or not, Carl.
Well, it looked like he got way underneath it and just kind of flipped it at the bottom. Didn't look that bad. I think he just got it way up in the air and it just got smashed by the wind. But just 272 off the tee. There were that ball was not hit with authority.
That is the shortest drive hitting the fairway here today at the 7th, as it'll be DJ out of the bunker first.
Nothing he can do here. Take your medicine. Just had to get it over the lip, out of the bunker. That stings, though, Carl.
Yeah, especially for a guy that hits it as far as Dustin Johnson does. Looks like he might have caught that second shot a little heavy, too. Have a lengthy 3rd in after his layup.
Well, going back to Justin Thomas, the fairway finder's meant to normally be on the lower side of things, Carl.
Yeah.
We normally don't put it up in the
air. not straight into the wind either.
Trying to hit it in the apron. Yeah, that way if the mud does take it and run left, it's short of the...
pitching it up the apron? Is
yeah.
that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's not necessarily one I'm not trying to hit it full when I'm flying up on the green.
Okay.
It's like it's kind of finishing up toward the... finishing at the front of the green.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do. I like the way you're thinking. That makes perfect sense.
Well, my math's 260 to the hole. Feel free to correct me if you have a better number. I was told there'd be no math in this broadcast. Okay. He hits his 3-wood, 275. He hits his 5-wood, 245. So if he's talking about getting it there, this is going to be some type of sawed-off 3-wood.
Enemy buzzing the tower there. It looks like the 5-wood here, neck. The conversation was he's thinking neck of this green. If it happens to go to the front edge, fine.
That's an awfully small target.
It's an awfully long way for the 5-wood as well.
Came off low and is leaking right.
Really? So not only is the mud not going to do anything, the wind's not going to do anything either. 0 for 2.
You can blame it on the mud, but I'm not sure that was the most well thought out play.
I mean, if he's banking on mud to pull it left and you're aiming right.
If you ever hit a straight shot and it goes in the water, you've hit the wrong club.
Wow.
Give me all of 220 here for Morikawa. This is right at it.
Thing of beauty there. It's going to hop to that upper shelf. That's going to be a 2-tiered, really fast eagle putt for Collin Morikawa. But, Carl, the last 45 minutes, we've found a little bit of flow and comfort in this golf swing.
Yeah, the drive that he hit there, I think, was the one that he was looking for something that starts where he wants it. It's got that trajectory that he's looking for. It's coming out of the window that he's looking for, and it fades slightly. You know, the last couple of drives he hit prior to that, big movements from left to right with a lot of spin on him, as you mentioned.
So a lot of different trajectories right now in this group, up and down and sideways on the leaderboard, but 2 really good swings from Collin Morikawa as he looks to get and begin that climb back towards even par. Justin Thomas going to have to find a drop spot up in the distance, and Dustin Johnson playing this hole the old-fashioned way, looking for his first bounce back of the week.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard Collin say, "Come on, 9-wood." Does he have a 9-wood in his bag?
He might have. There was some experimenting going on earlier in the week. He had some time this morning, so he might have slipped it in there. I'll do some recon for you. Now the wind is, he just can't make up his mind what he wants to do. It's back into him, more off the right than anything. Just over 150. And that a 9-iron.
Controlled swing there. Wow, look at these greens firming up already right in front of our eyes.
Where'd that bounce? 15 feet?
Yeah, easy.
I mean, he can't believe it. Sounded crisp up into the breeze, and still that bounce gets it onto the top of that slope. So the birdie effort going to be long and slippery for DJ. Now the adventures of Justin Thomas, who will be playing his 4th shot after finding the spot where he wants to drop. Kind of scooped the drive way up into the air, and then this was the swing that led to the water ball.
Yeah, and I'm not even so sure that this wasn't a decent swing right here. I just think it was the wrong strategy. Nothing out of sync. Nothing looks weird. He was trying to hit a little low chaser. But when you're doing that, when you've got some debris on your golf ball, that's just a giant question mark. I mean, you're now, you know, the result of the shot is not based on how you swing or how you hit it. It's based on what that ball's doing aerodynamically with some debris on it.
I mean, there have been golfers today, Carl, second shots 15, 20 feet up the hill in the rough, and they're getting it up and down for birdie. I mean, you can make birdie if you keep your ball dry. And in fact, everybody that's hit it in the bunker left today. every single one of them in 2 has gotten it up and down and made birdie.
Yeah, and this is like this terrible start that he's gotten off to, and your brain starts working faster and faster. You're like, what is going on here? What is going on here? And you might make a decision that is that's not the best decision. And again, I'm going to say that the strategy there, Ned, was the misstep.
Agreed. If you thought you had mud on the ball, you probably maybe, that's all a golfer's mind works, by the way. Should have hit a little low running 5-iron or something. Just make sure you keep it in the fairway. But to your point, after the start, you can't afford to do that, right? You feel like you have to take the shot on.
That's a good point. That's how my brain works. Probably, maybe, definitely going to hit this shot over here.
At least you have part of your brain telling you definitely. Mine's probably maybe.
JT has definitely walked back to the exact number he wants here for this 4th shot, trying to get it up and down for a par now he desperately needs.
I don't know if he can get enough spin on this right now. The wind's almost switched dead behind him.
Giving himself an opportunity to save that par.
A hole that began with wanting to make birdie is going to have a downhill hooking par putt that might feel like a birdie if he's able to make it. As the scramble continues for Justin Thomas, who has the 2nd highest scoring average of any player who has played in every major since the start of 2023. Now, that was when he was kind of at the depths of the most recent of little dips in his career after winning the PGA Championship in 2022. And 2025 has certainly felt different, but not going to help the scoring average when you've got a putt to avoid going 5 over. There you see that graphic of where he ranks, playing alongside another player that's struggled in majors since the beginning of 2023, and today is not helping.
It's not helping at all, and here's the bad news, right? The even worse news, I guess I should say, because like you said, if he misses his putt, he's 5 over par. Justin Thomas hasn't hit a good shot yet.
Yeah. Fact.
And it's not like you can say, oh, I just made a couple of bad swings. I made a double and a triple, and I'm 5 over par. He has not hit one good shot yet. And he doesn't really have anything so far today to lean on, to go back to.
And now Collin Morikawa's eagle putt. We've had one eagle here today. It was Alex Smalley from 71 feet away. So why not a 67-footer?
I hit this exact putt Tuesday afternoon. It has more speed to it than you think, and if it gets below the hole, it will trickle off the right side of the green. You have to ride the ridge almost the entire way.
Kick back to the right now. Sit ball. Not too bad.
Agreed, not too bad.
And again, these players are thinking from outside of 60 feet, okay, where is the second putt uphill from? So he knew that he had to give that just a little bit of extra to make sure that he got it past the hole. Now putting back uphill.
You know, I'm thinking is, can I get the name of the guy that mows that lawn on the left-hand side? Look at that. Look at that pattern. I mean, that is, that's top shelf work right there.
That's an all-week job right there.
It's called job security, boys.
Yeah. You don't want to lose that client.
Carl, I see you're building a new house here just to the left and behind of the 7th green.
Yep.
It's exciting.
As soon as I find the other $12 million, I'll finish it up.
Just a clerical note. I'm looking at the golf bag of Collin Morikawa. There are 3 non-driver head covers in the bag, and sure enough, one of them says 9 on it.
Wow. I thought I heard him say, come on, 9 wood.
Well, DJ knows exactly what to do. He just saw it.
There's a big drop off left of this hole if you're putting back down toward the front of the green. Players just don't want any part of it. I think when they have the flag stick up on the top level here at the front of the green and then at the back left of the green, much more difficult than down in the swale on the right hand side of this green.
Correct. Just going big picture here for a second. If I'm not mistaken, the lead back in 2017 after the first round and maybe even the second round was 8 under. And the winning score was, I also believe, 8 under. I'm pretty close. Check me on that, Will. I know you have it in your brain, but if you're Justin Thomas, if you can take a minute and just breathe and try to zoom out a little bit, Carl, when you get up here to the 8th tee, regardless of what happens here on this putt, try to formulate a game plan like the Patriots did against the Falcons at halftime. Just how are we going to get back into this?
I agree with you 100%. The issue is the swing is not where he wants it to be. Great putt, though. What a save. Maybe that will be the catalyst.
It's massive, isn't it? I mean, you're 4 over, you're like, I got to make birdie here. You don't make birdie, but you scramble to that number. Like, it's still alive, right, in this opening round for Justin Thomas. Again, been here enough. He talked about sort of being grounded. You can see it on his face. 5 years ago, that's a different look coming off of this green, even if he rolls that one in. Certainly more centered in the things that he does, as that 5 will at least propel him to hopefully something special coming up at the short par 4. Is it'll be Morikawa now for the birdie. Got a little research on that 9-wood. Went in the bag last week at the Truist.
Okay.
After a conversation that he had with Joe Greiner about his lack of comfort on shots in the 200 to 225 yard range. And they were thinking about maybe tinkering with new 4-woods, and it was Joe who said, have you ever thought about a 9-wood? And they put it in the bag for the first 2 rounds last week in Philly.
So you go from potentially putting a 4-wood in the bag to a 9-wood?
4-iron.
A 4-iron.
4-iron to a 9-wood. 9-wood to the green, 2 putts from there, and Morikawa has his first birdie of the week, and immediately they continue the conversation coming off the green. But Morikawa back engaged in this round of golf and maybe stringing back-to-back birdies together to get back to level par.
That feels like a pretty big putt, too, there. That would have been his 3rd 3-putt of the day if he weren't able to knock that in. So nice birdie.
So in this stretch where you're trying to survive, we mentioned the start for this group. They struggled at 1 through 6. Everybody else is as well, 99 over par. But there you see this middle part of the round. It starts with this par 5 and reachable par 4. It ends with another reachable par 4 and a par 5, playing nearly even par for the next 2 hours or so. And then you got to survive the Green Mile, where just 3 holes have the same amount of carnage as the first 6 holes on the property. It's almost like 2 different 9s when you put them all together. You're playing the executive 9 in the middle, and you're playing the U.S. Open 9 in the other part of the golf course.
Pick your poison. Do you want to play 3 of those holes, 4 of those tough holes at the beginning and the end, or do you want them all together in the middle?
And why this championship every year, and Kerry Haig's wonderful setup is always so fun and entertaining for us, is that it tests every element, right, of a professional's game. You're going to have some holes where par is certainly your friend, and you're going to play a stretch of golf holes where you need to go and make birdies if you're going to shoot a number that is a winning score. So definitely 2 different speeds around 18 holes at Quail Hollow Club. As Collin Morikawa snags the honor on the tee here at 8.
The fan pointed right in his face, but I'm still not sold that driver is the right play here. Not for Collin. It's down the right side, Carl.
Go. That's going to make that second shot awfully difficult to get close.
It's just so narrow down there, and he doesn't have the distance off the tee to really get it up there far enough to make that second shot simple.
He's a pretty darn good wedge player, too. I think I agree with you there. That might have been more of a 3-wood type of play.
Well, Dustin Johnson has fairway metal out, so I rest my case, Your Honor.
About 2/3 of the field sending it here today. The other third, like DJ, playing back. They got that back shelf behind the hole. I think when they move the hole, if they move the hole even farther right this week, you'll see even more players electing to lay up. That's kind of been the analytical conversation between the stats analysts and their players out here. But Justin Thomas typically likes to send it when he can. The spot you have to avoid is the left bunker here today at 8.
Normally, when he tries to send it, that left heel will come off the ground in the backswing. It's to the right, but probably going to be just fine in the rough.
Oh, caught the trees.
Oh, did it?
Definitely see some limbs or some leaves falling out of that tree.
For Eric Steger, golf is not
My dad,
only his...
who's a 40-year PGA member and has qualified through this tournament as well in '94.
I don't think I made a birdie in the 2 rounds I played. I missed the cut by 5 or 6 shots and flew back and ran my men's club here the next morning.
We grew up on the same course that I still teach at today. He was a head pro at for 25 years. That full circle moment is very cool.
Good.
The impact that I get to make on other people, especially new golfers, is amazing to me. And if I could just plant a few seeds in their mind and be able to make a difference, a small difference in this game, is incredible.
It's going to be great, I know that. It'll be emotional for sure as he walks down the fairways.
Eric, part of the 20 on the Corbridge Financial team here this week and a proud member of the Indiana section of the PGA. Got off to a rough start on the back 9, making the turn 3 over par in his round of golf. It's been a hard golf course for some of the PGA professionals so far this week as Dustin Johnson trying to make the decision to lay up, worth it here at 8. He's going to leave that up top.
That is really close to being an excellent shot, just about 5 or 6 feet too far.
Here I got the Indiana section plug in there. Do that as many times as possible this week for all my fellow Hoosiers. As there you see the scoring average so far today, laying up and going for it. And again, the going for it, that is the statistical edge pretty much every round. I mentioned that bunker to the left. That's the spot you just can't be in all week. But with these front hole locations, that little bit of a backstop there, Carl, that's why you'll see probably more players at the holes cut on the front of this green lay back to put a wedge in their hand if they choose to take that play on. But we've seen over the years, every year making the stop here at Quail Hollow Club, that percentage difference between laying up and going for it continues to shift more towards getting it as far up to the green as possible.
Yeah, and let's be fair. They're not really trying to go for the green. They're just trying to push it up as far as they can today. Now, when they move the tees up later in the week, which I'm sure they're going to do here at the 8th, and make this really drivable, then it's going to be more of a going for it type of situation.
Can Collin stop this enough to use the backstop net?
That's his really only option. This ball has settled down, and the fingers of this overseeded rough have grabbed the ball, taking it straight to the bottom. Watch how hard he's going to swing at this. Just 42 yards.
Down, down.
Almost landed the hole.
That should turn around and get back down on the proper level. That's a heck of a golf shot. Heck of a shot.
Paging Dr. Flopodopoulos.
Down, down.
He missed dunking that by about 2 inches. Justin Thomas, just a kiss off the tree, it looks like.
Decent enough lie, enough cush under there where he can get some height. Ball above his feet, so it should tug left. And won't have any spin on it.
Yeah, that's going to be very nice when that stops. Boy, a lot of creativity right there in that shot by Justin Thomas, and that up and down from par back at the 7th. Let's circle that. See if that's the up and down that gets him going.
And a candidate for your first really good shot of the day from JT to set up his first really true birdie look of the day as well here for Justin Thomas, who used the contours of this green to perfection.
Yeah, just no rush on the downswing, keeping the width in his backswing through the transition into his downswing. That's a great shot.
Trying to jump start a little
Hey,
something.
hey, a good one.
Ref, we figured out this game. Figured it out. Chatter up on the green. A lot of familiarity and friendships in this group. Ryder Cup teammates, all 3 of these players through the years, including that victorious United States Ryder Cup team at Whistling Straits. Now, almost 4 years ago. Hard to believe how quickly that was. Dustin Johnson was the best player arguably on property that week in this group. So much talk about the young wave of stars. And all DJ did was go out that week and win every single time he stepped foot on the golf course.
Yeah, weren't they calling him Gramps or Pops or something like that because he was the oldest one on the team?
Well, Gramps better find the young nerves here.
How about this putt?
Yeah, you got a 22, 25 footer down the hill and he hits it like a 1 foot putt. All it has to do is get to that top of the ridge and it is for sure going to get to the hole.
Well, one player that laid up makes par, the other 2 on the proper level with looks at birdie. So in the small sample size, team analytics for the win here at 8.
Tough putt to commit to. As soon as you hit it, it dives to the right.
That's how you play 7 and 8.
Confident stroke right there. That's not an easy putt he just made. cup and a half of break off that left-hand side.
I hope Joey's got enough material. I mean, we're really chatting today.
Ooh, this one's spooky. Just tickle. This is where you need rhythm. Let's watch it. See what the tempo does. Count in your mind. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, solid.
If he missed that, he might have been chipping. But we have a birdie, and everybody in this group on the board with at least one circle. And Justin Thomas survives this stretch, including a water ball at 7, to play this stretch at 1 under. And again, that's what you're signing up for when you're standing on the 7th tee. Get at least one back in this stretch, back to 3 over as he continues to chisel away at the deficit he has built. We go over to the 9th. You see where they played the back tee in 2017. Now we've got a road running through there. That'd be a little bit too dangerous. So we move the tee even farther back, really for safety more than challenge, right? I don't know about that.
This was a hard hole with the tee box where it used to be. Now a little bit tougher. 308 to that bunker on the right-hand side. You want to be kind of left center here, but not on the very left-hand side of the fairway, as those 2 trees that we just passed on the left of your screen kind of protect the left half of this green. Got a back hole location today, though. Big old flat green. .531 yards.
What do you like fairway?
Good par 5 for us.
You want a tighter fairway? Or
Yep. Well, so yeah.
Tighter fairway will go one way to the center.
You see there's been 3 eagles on our par 5 so far today. 3 birdies here at this 531-yard hole.
We land past that shadow. I'm just curious. We're right about there.
You'd be just past that shadow.
I don't think that Collin needs to worry about the bunker down the right side. If he really throttled one, he might be able to get it. Riding the wind left to right. And that's exactly what he's done.
We're going to find out.
Couldn't get there.
That's the good news. Bad news is, wait till you see the number he has left in for a second.
I was going to say the bad news might be he still can't get there.
It's going to be the 240 range where that ball ended up.
Carl, this is an important swing, isn't it, for JT?
I think so. I mean, the up and down at 7, the birdie at 8, we're at least going in a positive direction now. Make a good golf swing.
Set. Set.
Headed towards the bunker as well.
Short of it. Set.
It's just going to struggle all the way around.
Oh, we have the benefit of slow motion, of seeing his swing on repeat. What do you think he feels right now?
Well, to me, his lower half is just so fast that he can't catch up with it.
Do you think he perceives that?
Not yet.
So with that rhythm is really good today from Dustin Johnson. Hits his line, little fade, little vintage distance there, and that is the mayor's office for DJ as this group nears the turn here in the opening round of the 107th PGA. good golf when you finish on the front nine. Adam Scott showing it right now. This was got things started over at the 6th, outside 40 feet, Carl, for his first birdie of the day.
This big breaker from left to right. It's all about speed. Perfect.
Sometimes you just need something special, don't you? A man who has a number of top 10 finishes in this PGA Championship, 6 of them in his career. This was his eagle effort over at 7, trying to be the second eagle of the day here. So close. We'll kick that one in for back-to-back birdies, as he thought what could have been. And then, just like we saw with our group a moment ago, put it in good position here at 8. Big cutting putt from left to right. The broomstick working right now for the Aussie Adam Scott. He's gotten it to 3 under par through his first 8 holes, playing just in front of our featured group, and has gotten himself to the first page of the leaderboard. 2 back of the 66 from Ryan Gerard earlier today. Do you know how many PGA Championships Adam Scott has played in?
I don't, but I can take a guess. 22?
This is his 25th PGA Championship.
Wow.
Last time Adam Scott didn't tee it up in a major was the 2001 US Open.
Wow.
How about that? Iron Man when it comes to high-level golf for Adam Scott, as he's making a charge. Our group hoping to make a charge, but this is not the hole where you're going to do it. Justin Thomas and Collin Morikawa a long ways in. JT in that bunker down the right-hand side. And how about the 40-year-old Dustin Johnson out there with a few of the longer strikes today here at this par 4 at number 9.
I don't know who made that birdie from the left rough, but that is just thievery.
Joe Griner and Collin Morikawa. So much familiarity between these two when Collin elected to take the, I guess we could friendly call him the unemployed caddy who was in the highest demand on the market when Joe and Max Homa split up about a month or so ago. And he's been chatting it up as if he's been looping for Collin for years.
Yeah, the good thing about this project is you know what I mean? Whereas with the other choice, we have 5 iron, the bunker shot would be too long. 34. Starting and finishing. That's feels like a lot. Still left to right. It would be hard to imagine us getting, even with a little mud on it, a 5 on the 5. Yep. 225. This is makes the move. Are you good with it? Just the stock smooth one then? Go down. Yes. Perfect step is that one. Yep. You still have a left, right? Correct.
The 9 wood that he hit over on the 7th carried
You gotta trust that. Don't worry about the flags.
right at about 225, maybe a few yards less. 238 to the hole here, but really just needs to get it on the front edge and let it bound. That one fighting for airspace with the blimp.
That was a pretty excellent shot.
Yeah, we can hear him, didn't we, Carl? Between the 5 wood and the 9 wood, that was the 5, and just hit a beautiful, big, sweeping cut. And that should be smiling from ear to ear. That was an absolute gem from Morikawa.
See how soft that ball came down on the green and was able to stop hole high. Beautiful swing there by Collin Morikawa.
Wondered if this golf course would be perhaps just a bit too big for him this week and to take advantage of his approach game, but we've seen 2 brilliant shots with head covers off from Morikawa.
9 to 10 yards of green to work with, and it's not really pitched away from you.
Well, that was a good piece of advice. Essentially what he said was you can fly it as deep into the green as you want. Clean lie, but again, if your swing is out of sync, the last thing you want is a long iron out of a bunker.
Early bird finish. we haven't seen that out of Justin Thomas very much in 2025 at all.
This started so hard left. He could feel it right about here. And then just, I guess a credit to how good of a ball striker he is. You know, the normal mortal probably hits that 40 yards left of the green, and he was able to hold on to it as DJ works quickly, and another really good swing. This has been, it's not stress-free, Carl, but there hasn't been a whole lot of stress on this front nine from Dustin Johnson.
No, Dustin Johnson's come out and played golf the exact way you want to in an opening round of a major championship, and that is hit some fairways, hit some greens, give yourself some opportunities. Has only made 1 birdie and 1 bogey, but as you mentioned, it's been pretty stress-free.
The U.S. Open champion at a venue that we will play a U.S. Open in coming up next month. You want to talk about a golf course that demands patience. It's been from Oakmont there to this week, another golf course that sort of feels like one of those patience tests is Collin Morikawa, like all of us, always in the market for a new putter. Let me see that one really fast. How's that feel?
Oakmont is the hardest course I've ever played. This one from the Temps is no slouch.
You know, word on the street is you broke 70 from the tips on this golf course.
I did, and that's the last good round of golf I've played.
Just walk it off after that.
Yep.
It's time for pickleball.
Mic drop.
A lot of interaction between these two through the years. Same equipment for the longest time between those two. A lot of media work. For the veteran Dustin Johnson, and I don't know when you officially become a veteran. 6 years a pro, Collin Morikawa, probably a few more years away from being able to say he's got enough reps in him to be a veteran player out here, but certainly no longer new to the casual golf observer.
I like the fact that they're engaging in some conversation. Somebody's saying something funny. We're getting some smiles and some laughs. Get your mind off of exactly what you're doing for just a few minutes, and then flip that switch back on once you mark a golf ball and get back into you know, your routine and trying to make a birdie here, which would be incredible on such a difficult par 4.
Just 3 birdies so far today at the 9th. 2 of the better looks you're going to see in one group between Morikawa and DJ. But the other story on this front 9 in this group has been the scramble from Justin Thomas. And if you had to friendly wager which of these 3 would be grinding from start to finish in this opening 9, would have gotten to the very bottom of that list of 3, I think, before we selected this man.
I think we could all agree on that.
JT's shot is one that, if you're dialed in, it's pretty straightforward. If you're not, you're going to leave it short. You're going to leave it short. Not his best, Carl.
No. And it's been a struggle from start to finish today so far for Justin Thomas.
A really good putt at 7 to save the par. Really good second shot at 8 to squeeze a birdie out of that scoreable stretch. But every hole that demands a solid strike, we just haven't had one here on this front 9.
There has not been a full swing shot that he's hit so far today where he's hit it like he wanted to. I could give him some mental advice on how to deal with that.
Well, you're in here.
Is it spelled B-A-R?
No, on how to deal with not hitting any shots the way you want to. I'm kind of used to it by now.
Watching all these fellows aim point. I heard a story not too long ago about a well-known caddy, the name I won't mention, who would aim point for his player. They no longer work together. And for the entirety of this season, They found out at the end of the season he had been doing aim point wrong.
Oh, come on.
Oh, my goodness.
Boy, a couple really good opportunities here for Dustin Johnson and Collin Morikawa.
Well, you saw where his brother pointed. I'm not sure it's going to move that much from left to right. He's giving it a good foot. Prove me wrong, DJ. Knock it in there.
Just a little bit harder, and that would have gone in.
Well, you're not thinking birdie when you're standing on the tee, but with about 5 feet to go in that putt, Dustin Johnson was like, ooh, I'm going to make birdie here.
That's still a good opening 9 for DJ.
By the way, let's not overlook, I know you guys mentioned the 5-wood. I mean, when you're slinging 9 woods and 5 woods at the flag, you got to be feeling pretty good about things. But you got to pay it off.
Is to get into red figures.
Cup out on the left.
Tap in pars at 9 are good. A couple of looks for great there at 9, and neither one of them go down. But Morikawa kind of played the front 9 like you would expect out of a good round of golf around here today. You're going to make some bogeys, especially in that stretch. You make birdies in the 2 holes that are sort of offering you birdies when you got there. You're even par. Now go to the back where we've seen the scoring. The front 9 harder than the back 9 in terms of stroke average. You got 2 par 5s, obviously, compared to the 1 par 5 on the front, 14 as well. So even with the green mile, you got a better chance of shooting one under par on the back than you do the front, as Justin Thomas is going to be looking for something well under par in the back, regardless of the outcome of this one.
This one is momentum personified. You make it and you float to the 10th.
Left the entire way. So what little ground we had gained at 7 and 8, given back here with a bogey at 9. And now JT trying to rally after a 39 going out here in the opening round of the 2025 PGA Championship.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
The PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. always love coming to this PGA Championship each and every year. Feature group coverage continuing on now what has become a breezy and warm Thursday afternoon. It's going to be downright southern, sultry, and sweaty tomorrow. Temperatures going to rise near 90 tomorrow. This group won't have to worry about that because they're going to have a morning tee time. The question is, Carl, as we make a turn to the back 9 and 10, how low can they go to try and get back into contention? And starts with a par 5 where you can get one back here at this opening hole in the back 9.
Yeah, it's one shot at a time, one hole at a time. I know that's a cliche saying, but you can't get it all back at once. For JT, he's got to set up some type of game with himself. Okay, let me shoot under par on this back 9, get it back to 1 or 2 over par, 2 or 3 over par for the championship, and give me a fighter's chance tomorrow. But again, the swing is just not there so far for JT.
See the 10th. How it is stacked up today. It is the hardest of the 3 par 5s. 15, which they will play on this back 9, is the easiest hole on the golf course today, right before you enter the green mile. Just the length of this hole, nearly 600 yards. Ned mentioned it earlier. You're out here walking earlier in the week. Like, this fairway has not drained as much as some of the other fairways. It is still quite saturated, especially up by the green, which in years past on this golf course, Carl, when it's dry here, you can really run something down onto the green. There's no running in front of the green some 50 yards short of it here this week.
No, but even with all of that being said, 20 bogeys seems like an awful lot for a par 5.
Collin Morikawa stares things down to begin his inward 9. Began his round with a couple of bogeys early on that front 9, but then put himself in position at 7. He was coming off of 2 straight 3 putts, Carl, when he rolled this one in for birdie for his first birdie of the day.
Yeah, I think that was an important putt for Collin Morikawa. Not so much because it got him a birdie, because it eliminated another what would have been 3 putt. This was a fantastic putt. That is not an easy putt from about 9 or 10 feet, breaking a good cup and a half from left to right, poured it right in the center. Collin wants to just take this right at that bunker on the left-hand side, fade it back to the fairway.
About a third of the field has had an official go at this green in 2. That's a hard number to track. We've only had 6 players hit this green in 2 shots so far today, but again, Collin's kind of on the other side of distance, especially in the field this week, so may just kind of play for position for his 3rd of the par 5. DJ can get a hold of 2 here and reach the green.
I think Collin will push it that 2nd shot. Not really being able to get to the green, but I think he'll push it down there. Left.
That'll be a layup. If you put it in the fairway and push it down there, anything inside of pretty much 60 yards from the hole location, that is where a heavy majority of the birdies are coming from. It has been very difficult for players outside of 100 yards today to make birdie that right hole location.
Yeah, push it up there and push it up there on the left-hand side. That gives you a little bit of an uphill pitch to the flagstick.
Go, DJ.
Another fairway missed, and that one goes hibernating for Justin Thomas, who just can't straighten things out. Final 9 holes of walking for Ned Michaels. We wanted to know how much sweat was on the shirt, so we're putting him on camera. What's up, Ned?
Nothing like making the turn from 27. I'm going to finish out 36, coming on camera. But what better place to do it than the 10th hole? You know, earlier we were talking about comebacks, so let's discuss the anatomy of a comeback for Justin Thomas. Remember, halftime, Patriots versus Falcons, 28-3. Has a similar feel. It's not Sunday, it's not championship round, but the next 9 holes for Justin Thomas are going to be critical. So how do you put a comeback together on these 9 holes when you know you're going to face 16, 17, and 18, the Green Mile? It starts right here. Unfortunately, Justin's missed the fairway. The lie doesn't look all that special. He'll be likely laying up. Front right hole location, great wedge player. Hit it in there 12 feet, make a putt. Hit the fairway at 11, back left hole location, make your par. 12 is a great birdie opportunity. 13, the par 3, just make 3, move on. Attack 14, the reachable par 4, and 15, the reachable par 5. If you can get there, 3 under par, standing on 16, as Carl Paulson said, you'll have a fighter's chance.
Our leader was 6 under in his first 6 holes on the back. That's what Justin Thomas is hoping for. He was 4 over when he rinsed one here at 7, Carl, and then very rarely does a par start momentum. We thought maybe that could be it for JT with the flat stick.
It did for a minute, because here he is at the very next hole after clipping a tree on the right-hand side. Hits the beautiful, very creative shot using the contours of this green to get this ball close. Was able to make that for birdie.
And the lone birdie for him coming on that hole after he flirted with the tree off the tee as well. Was able to make that for the birdie putt, but then at 9, missed the fairway, missed the green, pitched up to there, made another bogey on a front 9 where he hit 2 of 8 fairways and 1 of 9 greens for Justin Thomas, who's 143rd out of 156 players in the field in approach play so far in this round. That just will not get it done. And there you see long off the tee here at 10, but in that right-hand rough and blocked out a bit. It's going to be a 3-shot hole coming up for JT with Morikawa in the go zone here, right down the middle of a relatively wide fairway to make the turn here at 10.
Yeah, and there's a big tree on that right-hand side that's going to block him from trying to push that second shot down as close to the green as he possibly can. We've seen him hit some crazy shots out of the rough. Might not be the time for that. As Ned said, put it down there in the fairway. Give yourself a nice yardage for a wedge. Hit one in there 10 or 12 feet and see if you can make a birdie the old-fashioned way.
I loved Ned's anatomy of a comeback as he continues to just tick off every single Atlanta Falcon fan that's been watching our broadcast throughout the course of the day. And it helps when you have a Tom Brady as well. The superstar, the GOAT, if you will, skill in this man's game right here has traditionally been his approach play. Do you go to something even more familiar? Do you try to just reset by doing something that maybe is, I wouldn't say out of the playbook or out of normal for what you were trying to do, but just maybe something that's more familiar to try and get yourself sort of grounded before you can go to the range? I mean, he's going to run to the range when this round is over with and figure something out, but how do you figure it out right now?
Yeah, there's no doubt he's going to run to the range. When I would get out of sync with my swing, I would try to hit a couple of knockdown shots where I've got an abbreviated finish, and that will slow the lower half down slightly, where you're just trying to get to the finish line. And what I mean by the finish line is impact with your hands and your upper body with your lower body in tow or intact with your upper body. Right now they are so far off that if he hits a good shot, it's a flick of the wrist down at the bottom. And at least this one was solid. I mean, he hit it 312 off the tee, which tells me he hit it solid, just left the face a little bit open at impact. But a couple of little knockdown shots, you know, if he can get back in play. I mean, if he can put himself in position off the tee, which he hadn't been able to do. So it's just been, from start to finish, a rough day for JT.
For another year at this PGA Championship with distance measuring devices allowed. Shooting those spots in the distance, maybe even some of the tree limbs to understand how far that is. It'll be DJ first, though.
Just a short iron. This doesn't look anything more than an 8, maybe a 7. That came out pretty well. That may have been a little more club than I thought, Carl.
Looked like maybe a 7 or a 6, just trying to put himself in position. Done that nicely on the left-hand side of that fairway, which gives him a very nice angle to this right hole location.
Ned, there's a lot of grass in the rough this week. This rye overseed is just very dense. Now that you've walked 27 holes today with some of the world's best, how have you discovered the lies on average?
Worse than average. They tend to, they don't look that bad, but then they tend to almost submerge to the bottom. And the grass is just dense. You think occasionally you might get a jumper, but you don't. It comes off high on the face and goes nowhere. And then around the greens, we've seen it already a couple of times with DJ, haven't we, where you're playing for that kind of bigger swing with a little energy at the bottom, thinking it's going to come off soft, and it comes off hot. And by the way, Will, self-inflicted pain, because born in California, but I grew up in Atlanta. This shot requires precision. He does have to take it up and over this hardwood down the right side. Oh, and it just cleared it. It just cleared it.
That's a little tougher angle from the right-hand side, but he's back in position.
He's hoping it would go a little more to the left, but another one of those shots, you kind of had to hit one through the clown's mouth there, right? Use your imagination, hit a shot as opposed to something standard.
Maybe a little, one logo over. Perfect.
299 off the tee, 293 left. Just trying to push this down there as far as he can.
And why not? The last 3 fairway medals that he's hit out of the fairway cured them all.
Cured this one too. Wow. Oh, it's going to catch that collection area. That's going to make this up and down very difficult. That was 4 or 5 feet more to the left, and it's on the very front of the green. It's an easy 2-putt birdie. Now it's a, I would say, a 50-50 proposition to getting it up and down.
And it got to the right of the drain there, which we've seen a lot of players trying to use putter from down there, and that's not going to be available now to Collin Morikawa from low and right of the green here at 10, Ned.
Well, that's all well and good, but I am focused on more important things over here to the right of the fairway as they make their way up to the 3rd shot. Guess where we're going? Yeah, the market, because everything in here is free. The PGA of America, hot dogs, hamburgers, non-alcoholic beverages, it's all free. So I'm taking a hot dog break, put a little ketchup on there. I'm not much of a mustard guy, no relish, thank you. My man Jason, he and I, we're gonna have a hot dog and a Coca-Cola. You want Diet Coke or regular Coke? Yes, all the above. Here we go. Free food at the PGA. Thank you, PGA of America. Will and Carl, you guys can have the rest of the 10th hole.
Oh.
I'm going to have a dog.
Okay, first of all, that's blasphemy. He doesn't put mustard on his hot dog?
Look, I can go both ways. I can go full Chicago style, mustard, peppers, relish, even put a full dill spear there on the side.
Okay.
I can get totally crazy with it.
Yeah.
I could go cheddar cheese and ketchup too. I could do it all.
Oh. I don't think I've ever had a hot dog without mustard on it.
I feel like there's a natural transition.
Ah, there he is.
Now, we got to follow him all the way to the condiment station. Let's stick with this one. Let's put all the shots on tape and let's just stay live on net.
What are we going with, dogs or burgers here? Yeah, we got Sandy's as well, some ham sandwiches. You're putting mayonnaise and pickles on your dog? What is happening? Carl, do you approve of mayonnaise and pickles?
Absolutely not.
No.
I mean, I'm okay with you just putting ketchup on it, but where is that gentleman from?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from
Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay, I'm with you on the cheese on a dog, though.
Yeah,
all right, so
cheese on a dog.
Here's the really important part, the proper application of ketchup onto a dog. Let me show you.
Don't worry, folks. Trust us. There is golf being played. We'll get to it in a second, but more important things have taken over here on a Thursday. We're going down.
That's nearly perfect. And then what you do is you rotate it a little bit.
Oh, look at this move.
So now you've got the entire dog just having the right amount of smearing of ketchup.
Look at this move.
And if you like a little more ketchup, you can go one more row on top.
All right.
That, Carl, is how it's done.
All right. Okay. If you take the ketchup off and put a couple mustards on there and some onions, I'm with you.
Ned Michaels, #1 on our ESPN crew in strokes gained condiment application. Now Justin Thomas, 3rd shot.
Let's see if he can do what Ned game planned for him. Get one in there about 10 or 12 feet, see if we can make a birdie. Needs a kick to the left. Oh, excellent shot.
Solid swing from JT, able to back that wedge down a bit. now Dustin working quickly.
Much better angle here coming in from the left-hand side.
Became a dominant force in the sport when he dialed in those wedges. And that one, another good one. Uphill putt that his brother Austin will help read in a moment as DJ looks to get back into red figures again in this opening round.
And he didn't just improve his wedges. He went from a below par wedge player to 4th from 75 to 125 yards.
There's a mustard dog for
Now
our
we're
camera
talking.
guys.
Now we're talking. There's a man that knows what he's doing.
I mean, a proper Chicago dog, when you're done with it, you can't see the dog.
That's
like
true.
it's effectively a salty salad on top of a piece of meat. That's what it is. How many hot dogs do you think Dustin Johnson's eaten in his life? Not a lot.
Not a lot, no. Let's see if he can get it back to red figures here at the 10th, though. He's played solid today. Nothing special, but been pretty stress-free.
All right, this shot coming up for Collin, though, Carl. A lot of the conversation this week has been keep it below the hole. But this is one of those spots where being below the hole here at 10, this is really challenging for the players to figure out what play to hit. And again, I think some of the options have been taken out of his hand here because of where that drain is in proximity to his ball.
Yeah, the issue is, so he's chipping back up the hill, so he can use that hill to bump it into to get it to flop up on top. But when it gets on top, it's downhill to the flagstick and past the flagstick. So whatever he decides to do, you can see how far below the surface of the green he is here. Whatever he decides to do, he has to stay 100% committed here, because if he doesn't get it all the way up to about 4 or 5 feet on that green, it will roll all the way back to him.
This is so much personal preference. What would be the safest shot here, and what would be the shot that you would like to play, and is it the same thing?
The safest shot is probably a one hop into the fringe with something coming in low with firm and getting it to hit and bounce up in the air and go on the green and maybe go 8, 10, 12, 15 feet past the hole. I would never recommend a flop shot here because of the softness of the ground, and he's a little bit on the downslope. A lot of people would elect to use a putter here, but as you mentioned, that drain could possibly be in his way. So it looks like it's going to be a middle of the stance, straight club face, one hopper. Oh,
we're going to go to the hybrid or the fairway metal.
9-wood maybe? All right, the issue here is if you're using a hybrid or a 4-iron or a lofted metal here to get it on the green, it's not going to have any spin whatsoever. So once it gets up to the top of this ridge, it's going to be very fast to the hole.
A great camera angle from behind to show you just how far below the surface. Here's another one. He's got to contend with these sprinkler heads as well.
They'll go left of the 2 up there. Oh, that's just fantastic. I mean, that is so good. You missed that sprinkler by less than an inch.
Yeah. Even JT saying, ooh, I didn't see that play coming, but I like it.
And he was quick to switch decisions, right? He had the wedge out, took a couple practice swings and said, nope, doesn't feel right. Give me that 9-wood. Let's plop one along the ground. That was nice.
Man does own a claret jug. You don't get one of those without figuring out how to hit feel shots that use the ground around the greens.
And more importantly, you got it past the flagstick, putting back uphill.
It's a shaky start for Morikawa, but never really looked deterred early on in this round of golf, which is typically his MO. Does not wear frustration very well. You don't see it very often. Really see a whole lot of emotion ever from Dustin Johnson. Is workmanlike as always as he struts into another birdie look.
Now this is a putt. If he doesn't keep the pace up, it will dive to the left on him.
He's had 3 of those today that have singed edges.
Dustin Johnson could very easily, as you mentioned, with those putts that have just singed the edge. And all 3 of them, too, have been those right to lefters where it looked like they just kind of stopped breaking at the end of the putt. Could very easily be a couple under. Playing nicely. This is going to be just outside the left edge. Keep the pace up. That's a heck of an up and down there.
2 good strikes, got a green side from just inside 600, and then a sporty play. And we are living life under par for the first time in this championship for Collin Morikawa.
Yeah, more importantly, the swing is right where he wants it to be, hitting that little fade, a flat driver that's going a long way for Collin Morikawa, and he's one of the few players that's getting some roll out here.
We are oftentimes guilty of using the phrase must make, especially early in the week. There's no such thing as a must-make putt on a Thursday in a 4-round golf tournament, but this putt feels rather important.
That's a good way to put it. It does feel like a big putt. This should be just outside the right edge. Good birdie after missing the fairway.
So first par 5 birdie of the week for Justin Thomas. That back 9 charge in that final round in 2017, where he would go on to win the first of his 2 major championships, and now they head over to 11.
Yeah, playing a quarter of a shot over par. It's about getting the ball in play here. If you do hit driver, it needs to be moving from right to left. It makes the fairway as big as possible. The narrowest part in between that second bunker on the left and the right edge of the fairway, just 24 yards wide. 2-tiered green here with a false front, which shouldn't come into play today for where this flagstick is. Cut pretty tight up against that bunker and the ridge in the middle of the green.
Got some birdies here today. 13 of them, in fact. Gonna make birdie. Have to put it in the fairway. There's some space between those 2 bunkers down the left-hand side. Players will have to just risk cutting off this dog leg. Doesn't appear to be very risky.
That's gonna miss the fairway though, and that's gonna make those 2 trees on that right-hand side are really gonna come into play for Collin Morikawa on the second shot.
Yep.
Roll time.
Left. Should be in that second bunker.
Sat on this a 11th tee yesterday. I watched a number of players come through, and many of them just said, you know what? Don't miss where Collin missed. Like, we'll accept playing this hole from the left-hand side. His TJ is trying to cut it over everything, but I don't think that's going to have the distance.
It's the second one of those he's hit. JT's only hit 2 fairways and 2 greens today. For him to be 3 over par is almost miraculous.
They try and make birdie from off the path here at the 11th. Morikawa now under par for the first time today. Don't forget, if you're a golf junkie and love this PGA Championship as much as we do we have everything you would want here on a Thursday. You can follow 4 different feature groups and featured holes live here on ESPN+. While we are somewhat biased to the professional, dare I say, approaching Emmy Award-winning broadcast of our feature group, you can also watch Bryson DeChambeau, Victor Hovland, and Gary Woodland play golf. Just Jordan Spieth, Patrick Reed, Ludwig Oberg. Oberg's having a good go of it. He's 2 under through 9 in that featured trio. Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim in another featured group. Or you can just watch players suffer through the Green Mile, holes 16, 17, and 18. All of those available right here on ESPN+. Let's be honest, Carl, why would you leave us? Become such good friends.
I mean, I guess if you're one of those guys that goes to the NASCAR races to see the wrecks, you'd want to watch the featured holes at 16, 17, and 18. But yeah, stick with us here. Let's see what these guys can do here at the 11th. See 2 in the bunker on the left. Shouldn't be any issue with the lips over there as they're just in the very front part of the bunker. Collin Morikawa may need to manufacture something with those overhanging trees on the right-hand side.
Key to NASCAR is turning left. Morikawa turned right off the tee, and that's going to be dangerous here as he and Joe go to work in the right-hand rough. A long ways back, coming off that great bogey or birdie at 10. You don't want to give it back with a bogey here at 11. Trying to play back into position with this hole tucked over on that left-hand side.
Well, just over 180. Breeze back into his face for Morikawa. I was just talking with his coach, Rick Sussenhouse, about that 9-wood. And he told me he can wield it anywhere from 220 to 240. In one of the practice rounds, he actually experimented from 165 with it out of the rough. So we might see the 9-wood.
Then sitting down, so that's where I don't know.
He's already mentioned the 9-wood.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Which one is easier for you to finish right with the hole? That's I would take a short right, long right. So which one is what the club is? I think 5-wood. Okay, because 5-wood I'm chopping down at it. It's fine, but I'm hitting it so soft that I can't really cut it. That's fine. Because I mean I would take it a short right and long right. And if this tree is I mean I could hit it way long right, but I think I'd have to swing way too hard. So if it's thinner, still have a chance.
I mean, I'm happy with it. Yeah. It's a little back of the stance, choke down, trying to like punch and get to the ball. Yep. Punch down. Perfect.
It's not a very appealing lie. It's like a egg in the middle of a Cobb salad. Not exactly sure how this is going to come out. It's got to be the 5-iron. Anywhere at the television tower, Carl, is fine. Short or long works.
Yeah, even right at the television tower will be okay.
I wouldn't worry about the wind as much. You have the right idea. Dude. Try to finish this right at the hole. We're not trying to do the right.
No, I'm just trying to think if this even gets to the front edge.
Get 160 out of it.
There it is.
Yeah, he just wanted the 9-wood.
Here it comes.
Give me the 9-wood.
Yeah. Just a little quick shot. I just think this has so much more loft.
His coach said you might see it here, and then he joked and said maybe there's 11-wood in our future as well.
He's hit 2 really good shots with this club so far.
No. Going here. No. Just gonna
call in.
Great shot.
Well, about 10. Oh, that is really unlucky there. Rolls right up against that second cut, but got about 10,000 people calling their local golf shop ordering a 9-wood here.
So what's the difference in delivery of the ball by going to that from the 5-iron?
More loft. You can kind of chop down on it a little bit more, and it's going to get up and out of the grass faster than a 5-iron. And that wood has a tendency to slide through the grass. You know, as you're coming down, you got to go through the grass before you get to the ball.
DJ now.
168 raw. Need 175, please.
Just a trampoline bounce. That needs to avoid the curb as well. And he won't get it either.
Baseball slope stick. It's all up slope up until 60.
That's an easy little pitch shot if you're not up against that higher cut of the rough.
Yes. Around the 11. Use the room up there. See it?
All the visuals here for JT are helpful. The way that the bunker points towards the center of the green, the way the flag's tucked behind the sand, guarding the front left of the green, the television tower, everything just sets up perfect for a little straight dropping draw. Clean lie.
Oh my goodness.
What up?
Wow.
Carl, did he slip?
No. I just pulled it and hooked it. I don't know if he was trying to play a little bit of a draw in there. Getting another look at it right now. Let's see if he slips any. Didn't look like he slipped. There's the first act of frustration that we've seen. I mean, he's been frustrated all day, but that's the first time we've seen him act out on it.
I mean, that ball started left of the green, and that's the short-sided miss that you're trying to avoid.
Yeah, but he may have gotten it up far enough. No, he didn't. I was thinking he was past that bunker. It's going to be a very difficult up and down.
Yeah, long and left, not that bad of a miss, really, today here, but whole high left coming over that shoulder is... no one's been there today for good reason, really. And some farther left, actually, of where JT is. And nobody's getting up and down from over there, so that's going to be a challenge. The two that are getting to the green right now, expecting to have pretty straightforward pitch shots, and we might see the 9-wood again for Morikawa up against the bumper.
I don't know if he can get a 9-wood on that golf ball because it just has rolled right up against it. I think there's about an inch in between the edge of the rough and DJ's ball, so he might be able to squeeze an L wedge, get steep with an L wedge. Collins Club is going to have to go through a lot of grass before he gets to the back of the golf ball.
In order of
And you see where the birdies have come from today. You see how Justin Thomas is over on the side of the green where not many people have been, and there have been plenty of bogeys from those that have missed left today.
All the people that have gone past hole high on the left have gotten the ball up and down.
Yeah, you don't see those. This is only birdies and bogeys here on the screen. And yeah, if it had been past where JT is, it's been a pretty routine up and down for players. So we'll see how he navigates this. But I think all three players understand the difficulty of their situation, taking a little extra time here to, you know, kind of visualize net a shot that you're not expecting to have necessarily when you miss the green.
Yeah, for Collin, he would not have been expecting it. He was so pleased with the 9-wood shot out of the rough, and things have been going so nicely today that this one just kind of wakes you up a little bit.
Yeah, we can get a good look at the golf ball.
Okay, so in order of who's going to have the best chances, in my opinion, for an up and down, DJ 1, Justin Thomas 2, Collin Morikawa was the most difficult of the bunch. As you said, Carl, DJ has just enough airspace between the eyelash that's just draping over his ball. He's got that half-inch that he can put it way back in the stance, chop down on it. Morikawa doesn't have that luxury.
Yeah, Morikawa's is going to be a little bit more of a guess. He should see this back in the stance and kind of pick that club up very quickly.
You kind of either like this shot or you don't. You're either good at it or you're not. It's a lot of hands. He said quick wrists.
Sounded like very clean contact. Nicely judged.
This is, if you've been watching YouTube and all these social media outlets, this is the perfect one for the tie spinner. Put it like a foot behind your right foot. Look at that shaft lean at address. That was a Morikawa tie spinner.
This is just, I mean, he is showing off right now with his short game.
That's going to generate the engagement we're looking for.
Yeah, we're getting a great look. It's just steep as can be. Chop down on it. Make sure you're getting to the ball first. That was excellent.
He's had a couple of shots today, back-to-back greens, or even those pros alongside him are saying,
Oh, here we go now. Wide open face.
Yeah, he's got a nice lie, prickly grass.
Three really nice shots.
those wedges are going to need a little extra time with the bristle brush tonight for Justin Thomas from around the greens, but so good with the hands.
Ball was sitting very nicely. Had a little bit of cushion underneath the golf ball, so you didn't have to go dig it out of the grass.
We could somehow get 3 pars out of this trio after those second shots.
It's all part of the plan.
Once you get up onto this second level of this green, this top tier, there's not a whole lot of movement back here.
Which is unnerving because most of the putts you've had so far today have been darting at the hole.
Very true.
Diving away from it. But you're spot on, Carl. This is absolutely inside the cup.
Now that's his first miss from 10 feet and in this opening round. JJ is going to fall to over par for the first time today. That one did not scare the hole.
I think there was a little bit of a misread in that one.
He walked right over to his bro and still kind of giving him the what happened there? Still talking to him. Not what you wanted to see there for Justin Thomas. Carl, have you noticed anything in the short misses that were pulls? Is there a reason that you can see why?
I really haven't gotten the look that we need. I think this putt is just a right center putt, though. You know, it's funny because the one that he did pull, that short one that he did pull and missed to the left, was badly pulled. But he's made a couple of really nice putts, too, from this distance.
Hasn't been afraid of the pace, has he, on some of those short ones?
Well, when you're 3 over par, you're still putting for par in every hole. Easy to take some of that break out and hit it a touch harder.
So it'll be 2 out of 3 with pars. If we go by Ned's rankings of easiest to hardest, it's the easiest one that leads to the bogey.
It's true.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh my. Talked about how steady this round of golf was. Carl, tee to green of this group collectively, it's been exactly what you would want to have for a Thursday start for Dustin Johnson, and now it's going to come unraveled with a 3-putt from inside of 10 feet.
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit earlier in the show that he's been getting that club face awfully close with that putting stroke. Just missed back-to-back short putts to the left.
His first round struggles in major championships may be continuing, dating all the way back to the middle of 2023. 12.
Yeah, as we take a look at one of my favorite holes on this golf course here at Quail Hollow Club. It's a pretty straight hole, but with the tee box over on the right-hand side, I guess you could call it a slight dogleg from left to right, but you can hit any type of shot you want off the tee. 2 trees guard either side of the fairway, but this hole is all about the green. Massive slopes from left to right on this green. It's a 2-tier green, and it's tough to get it back on that back level. You can play it all the way over on the left-hand side of the green, and it will work its way back towards the flagstick.
The hole is officially 5 paces off of the right-hand side, and it looks wide, doesn't it, Carl? But in reality, this green is about 8 yards more narrow than it appears because of that shelf on the right-hand side.
Yeah, there's about 5 feet right of the flag that's playable.
That is walking the line between the rough and the right side of the fairway.
And it fell off the line to the right.
We have to see another 9-wood.
Fifth missed fairway for Morikawa. Talked about his accuracy this season, and for somebody who is 156th in distance, he just You can't miss that many fairways and expect to contend if you're not hitting it as far as some of the others in the field. JT now has missed pretty much everything today.
The last fairway that he hit, I think, was 7. The pop-up fairway finder.
And that's a rope double down the left field line, and I don't think it's going to stay fair.
Wow. This is a big-time surprise, watching him swing the club like this today.
DJ walked over from the 11th green to the 12th, and you could just see the steam coming out of his ears. Still managed to give some youngsters a couple of knuckle bumps. And that is well to the right.
It's over there right where Collin Morikawa is.
This game is hard, but you don't find fairways, and this trio is not in this round of golf today. Looking up at 2 players tied for the lead. Well, Justin Thomas missing another fairway here at the par 4 12th, and it's a big reason why you see him at 3 over par, just out of position all day long. And earlier this week, he discussed how important that first shot was going to be if they were to conquer Quail Hollow Club in this PGA Championship.
But I feel like a place like this where it doesn't necessarily require a lot of thought or strategy off the tee. It's generally, you know, pulling out driver, and I need to hit this as far and straight as possible.
Carl, he's not wrong about lack of strategy in hitting shots, but the strategy is you have to hit this club long and accurate. And today, it has not been accurate.
No, it hasn't been long either, because he's hitting trees on every single, with every single drive that he hits. So when you see him missing them both left and to the right, you know you've got a sequencing issue.
Missing that bunker at 9, and this was a moment ago at 12. And we talk about the two-sided miss. And this is what we saw from JT when things kind of started to go rough in his game a few years ago. There's a number of elements. The putter wasn't helping inside of 15 feet. The iron game was a little bit, but he can miss it both ways. What makes him great is he has no problem working the ball both ways. What can get it in a problem is when it's not very good and you can't eliminate one side of the golf course. Left, right, we're going on both sides of the fairway, and we don't even know which way sometimes.
It's a lonely feeling standing on a tee box on all of these very long, difficult holes, not knowing exactly which way the ball's going to go. Even if I'm hitting a slap slice and it's going 245 or 250 yards, but you know that it's going to go to the right, you can figure out a game plan from there. But when you've got, I mean, he's missed about equal parts left and right today, too. So there's it, you know. In a couple of holes, he's going to be standing up on a drivable par 4 with water on the left.
Hit the first fairway at 1. Ned mentioned the last fairway he hit was at the 7th, the par 5, and that was the shortest drive of the day that found the fairway. A little sky ball that popped up down the right-hand side. And this now at 12, his 5th consecutive missed fairway of the round. He's now 2 of 10 trying to find the short grass.
I had an interesting conversation with our colleague Billy Kratzer earlier in the week, and we were talking about if you're losing your swing, you know, how do you find it? How do you find solid contact? And he said Sam Snead once told him, go hit low draws around trees out of the woods. That'll get you hitting it solid again. Took a second, Carl, to think about it, but you can hit that shot. You're gonna like the way it's coming out of there. It's gonna be right in the center of the face.
Nice and still, thank you.
I agree with that.
And then from there, you can kind of unwind it. This has to stay under the canopy of the trees, has to carry at least 75 yards and then run all the way to the green from just under 180.
If he's successful in keeping it under the tree and landing it in the fairway, he's going to miss the green.
All in all, pretty good leave from that. That was a beautiful shot from behind Justin Thomas, breaking the glass, keeping it low.
That was never going to be on the green either, with all the break up there.
Fly, 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 jump, fly.
That shouldn't hold the front edge of the green. There it goes. That will be fun.
We may see him flop that. That is a really difficult putt right there.
By the way, talking about the fairway misses for Justin Thomas, now missing that green here. He's now hit 2 of the first 12 greens today. His 1 green hit on the front 9 ties the fewest greens in regulation he's ever hit in 9 holes in a major.
Morikawa can take this all the way over to the very edge of that hospitality suite up there on the left.
That's his only shot.
And has to deal with the bumper again. Morikawa here at the 12th, trying to protect 1 under par, which is 4 back of now a co-leader, the Aussie Cam Davis. Started on the back 9 of his round today. And this was his pitch shot over at the par 5, 15th hole, just dribbling it down the slope. That would be a birdie. Got him to 2 under par at the time, headed over to the green mile, par 16, par 17, and then this was his second shot at 18.
From a perfect position in the left center of the fairway.
Just 10 birdies so far today at 18. That was one of them. Turned with 33 on the back 9. At 1, good shot in here to this 500-yard par 4. And that one was rolling end over end. Tracked the line right to the bottom of the cup. 4 under at that point in time, par 2 and 3. And then just made birdie moments ago at the par 3 4th. So Davis has gotten it to 5 under par. Still has that stretch at 7 and 8 coming up. So there's another candidate to be your first round leader, as Cam Davis finishing up on the front 9 and has played that difficult stretch of par 4s already, matching Ryan Gerard's start to this point.
Has that difficult par 3 6 kind of sandwiched in between the 5th before he gets to that 7th and 8th hole that we've been talking about that you have to take advantage of.
Will, didn't Cam Davis, wasn't he in pretty good position at the Masters after round 1? You recall that, or am I making that up?
Let's see how good your recall is. Wrong. No. Shot 74.
I thought he had 1 good round. I was wrong. Made an eagle or something, I thought I remembered.
He shot 69 in the opening round of last year's Masters.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you.
That was his best finish in a recent major the last 2 years, a T12 at last year's Masters. Finished 4th at the PGA Championship at Oak Hill 2 years ago, did Cam Davis. That was a closing 65 on that difficult Sunday from the Aussie.
I walked a few holes with he and his caddy, Andrew Shooten, in a practice round, and asked Andrew how he's playing. He said, Now he's potentially leading. Welcome to golf.
I've had this putt before. This putt breaks, 18 feet from left to right.
Now, if you can keep this in that back quadrant, you've done well. Right here. There it goes.
He put it off the green.
That's a very nice putt.
10 out of 10, Carl.
Oh, here we go. Look how far out to the left this is.
Quick, zoom out, pan right.
And that would have made it all the way back to the hole if hit it just a little bit softer. That's a great putt. Collin Morikawa dealing with that longer rough behind his ball again.
Sure is. Not quite as much shaft lean as we saw back on 11.
He's just absolutely putting on a clinic with his pitching and chipping today.
Really, the hole is cut today here. The only flat spot on this green. And it's the size of a small sedan car hood. There's 8-9 degrees worth of slope, even in the middle of this green, working towards the right side of the putting surface. So it is, without a doubt, one of the most difficult greens to navigate, as Justin Thomas is pitching right up that slope.
Chippable, innable. That's what this is. Plunk it. Just like he's practicing. You almost let the energy of the club and loose hands kind of collect the ball.
Wind blowing pretty hard now.
Oh, did you see that right shoulder go down, Carl? Did you see this right shoulder went down, and now the club's going to bottom out early, and then you decel, and he just everything went wrong from the right shoulder on.
It was an absolute decel, and there is no question that shoulder dropped way lower than it's supposed to.
It was last time you said he scooped it. He just tried to scoop a shot with no real conviction there.
I think now we're paging Dr. Chipinski. Boy, it is just getting worse for GT.
He's going to fall back to at least +4, which was his opening 9-hole score. Which, by the way, since 2003, no player has opened with the score of 4 over or worse in their opening 9 holes and come back to win. The highest winning start in a PGA Championship in the last 22 years. Keegan Bradley was 3 over through his first 9 at the Atlanta Athletic Club in 2011, went on to win. Tiger Woods was 3 over in 2007 in his first 9 holes and came back to win that PGA Championship.
There's a lot of golf left, Will, and you don't ever want to say never, but boy, it sure feels like he's shooting himself out of this tournament today.
Had Brooks Koepka in our morning round and was recalling the 2018 United States Open, where on Friday through 7 holes, Koepka was 7 over par for the tournament and went on to win. Can be done, Carl, as you said. Okay, this one, little bundle of joy down the hill. Just that one, that's leftovers and a hangover from the 3-putt Odyssey at 11.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he pulls putter out from 2 or 3 feet off the front of that green, you're going to 3-putt that more often than you're going to 2-putt it.
Morikawa, is that a 9-wood? Is that what he's using?
He's been pretty good with this club today, too.
He has, hasn't he? He's just looked comfortable.
Another great up and down for Collin Morikawa.
Farted early. Just stayed in enough rounds to get into the rhythm of the fight. Now it's just 4 shots back.
Absolutely nothing in this putt, except for a lot of gears turning and thoughts in his mind.
Not what he was looking for.
Now again, it all starts with getting so far out of position with this tee shot.
Squirrely for DJ here with some drop shots. The putter misbehaving in 11. His last 6 majors, he's opened with rounds of 74, 78, 73, 74, 74, and 74. And he's got work to do to break 74 here again today after that double bogey stretch at 11 and 12. So take a look. New look here at 13. It's the last time we've hit a PGA Championship. We've got a hospitality tent over where the 2017 tee was. We've dropped it over here to the right side, and a completely different look to this green, Carl.
Yeah, not only is it longer, but now the tee is lower, so this is an actual uphill shot. It used to be a little bit of a downhill shot. Now it's an uphill shot, and we have got a green that is very hard to contend with. If you miss it anywhere to the right of the center of the green, it will catch a slope and go all the way off the right-hand side. Tough hole location today, set right behind that bunker with a lot of slopes around. 15 feet right of the hole will give you a good opportunity for a 2.
Great spot to view up there for the fans out. They were out to start the day. Some marquee players out early. Stay hydrated, folks. It's a hot one.
Yeah, you can see the tee, how much lower it is now.
Well, I'd have to like, do like that high swoops or something. I like that more. I don't want to. This is 35 feet off the hole. Exactly. Right? Yep. So perfect finish. Got your one.
Carl, my math says 210 all in, but the wind helping a bit out of the right and working it from right to left. How far are you looking to fly this?
Yeah, in that mid 190s range.
It looked like he actually got stuck on that a little bit. That's out to the right.
Yeah, that's going to find its way all the way over there at the bottom of that collection area.
Surprised we still have grass down there. There's been so many players down in that bowl today.
It's obviously it's too long. Right on the edge. Yeah. Why the substance still be landing into the ground and just upslope. That's where the 205 we're trying to fly. It's probably playing Yeah, it's kind of in that like 93 to.
Yep, it is. Which is right at the top end. Of
What is it to like? What is it like over the false front?
200. Got the guy sitting down in the blue shirt. That's that number. If you want to get something harder.
I think it's close on if it. I just think the 6 is going to just launch. You know what I mean?
I mean, I could be getting played from what happened yesterday, and that's where we want to land. It stopped right at that 205 to 208 number. It's landing, like I said, in the depth of a section there. And there's room behind it. Yep. And I know that's a fast putt, but it's not a big deal.
I haven't had a lot of good swings, gentlemen, from Justin Thomas today. Carl, what's a successful pass at it here look like?
15, 20 feet past the hole and right of it.
How about a little left of it? Went with the big 6. Didn't ride the breeze.
And if he hits that just right of the flagstick, you know, from where he teed it up, that ball's on the green. It's a little longer to carry if you go left of the flag. He's just can't get the ball started on line.
That's going to be fun.
That's going to be a fun putt right there. Is that ball still moving?
3-putted from 8 feet 2 holes ago. Be lucky to 2-putt from there.
Eric Cole shot 1 under on the back 9. His front 9 had a bogey at 1, a double at 2, heads to the par 3 fourth at 2 over par. Struggling just a little bit. Not anymore. The ace for Eric Cole gets him back to even. Oh, you gotta love that. Might be some cocktails waiting for some of the players after that hole-in-one by Eric Cole, as Cam Davis now 6 under par with a 1-shot lead over Ryan Gerard, who fired to 66 earlier today. Luke Donald turning back the clock, shooting 4 under par as we take a look at all the shots today here at the 13th. Very difficult putt for Dustin Johnson upcoming. Morikawa's got a pretty straightforward little pitch shot. Justin Thomas once again short-sided and will be coming out of the bunker. Collin Morikawa has been absolutely brilliant around the greens today, Ned.
Well, especially the last couple of holes, he's came with this forward shaft lean, weight on his front foot, low spinners.
Oh, boy, that caught a lot of spin. I'm wondering if he even needed to hit that shot right there. I mean, that looked like a pretty straightforward little pitch.
I'm with you. But when you hit 2 in a row, that worked out so well back on 11 and 12. I kind of get addicted to it. Well, arguably the best shots that we've seen from Justin Thomas today were short-sided bunker shots. I think back to the 4th. And this is the same kind of effort. Club face way open, hammer into the sand. Just trying to pop it onto the green. He's going to be surprised that it didn't get to the hole.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that didn't get to the hole, too.
He left the one at 4 short, too, quote unquote short. Somehow kept it between the edge of the green and the hole location.
We got to tap that tomorrow. Good shot.
I'm pretty sure that was DJ telling his brother that that's a tap in tomorrow, where they've seen the dot that the whole location tomorrow is going to be pretty close to where Austin and that golf ball are. So remember that swing, DJ, for this par 3 tomorrow morning.
This is when I would joke with my caddy. Left edge and firm, you like that here? This putt's going to be breaking heavily from right to left.
Left edge and firm. You're back on the tee box, aren't you?
Tell Reb to get that rake ready.
If he could get it coming down the shadow of the flag, that's actually a really nice visual for him. This needs to go a bit.
No, that's the mistake you can't make. Now he's got a ticklish putt, still coming downhill.
Just can't take a hole off in a major championship, especially PGA Championship like this one at Quail Hollow Club, and just a couple too many misfires. Not having a whole lot of fun out here at 13. This isn't the appetizer you wanted when you're planning on feasting up at 14 and 15.
That was a sloppy little pitch and putt there from Collin Morikawa, who, as we've been mentioning, has been brilliant around the greens today.
I would say arguably that was the most disconnected golf swing that he's made as well today. He had the look of a guy who had the club too far behind him, kind of compressed at impact and trying to spin out to create room. We haven't seen that.
Not since the 2nd and 3rd hole, or the 3rd and 4th hole today.
Yeah, good point. We haven't navigated the par 3s well, have we?
Not yet. And the next one's not all that easy either.
You either do or you don't.
Yeah, we haven't even played the hardest par 3 yet.
Carl, I'm trying to find movement here. I'm trying to find some kind of rake, and you could convince me left to right or right to left. I guess outside left edge, maybe.
Yeah, it's got to go a little bit to the right.
You got to hit it. It's lower than it looks.
No, good putt.
A lot of right angles on that scorecard, though. We surrounded this hole today, didn't we?
Just looking at the ball plots. Looks like a 6-year-old drawing lines on the page. Ned, this is exactly what you can't do when you're putting that severely downhill. I mean, this has got a ton of break from right to left, and it is fast.
Exactly what you don't want after what happened at 11 and then at 12. I mean, this is as fast as a first kiss right here.
Right to lefters today have all looked like they're going to go in, and none of them have.
Can't wait to get the story of Ned's first kiss at the bar tonight. That's
And just like that, Dustin Johnson now 4 over par.
Hopefully it was happier than Dustin Johnson's last hour has been, as he is 4 over par. The good news is we've got the scoreable stretch of this back nine coming up. 14 and 15, the most talked about par 4 on this golf course. The drivable 14th. Earlier this week we caught up with the players to discuss their strategy to tackling the drivable par 4.
Feels like 14 through 18 is the best stretch on this golf course, so and it starts with a cool par 4.
If the wind's sort of pumping into left to right with that water over there on the left, it gets a little intimidating.
I start with the pin position, and then I kind of base my strategy off that. It really is just position and getting it in the right spot. The analytics would say that you would go for the green on 14 pretty much every time. I still think it's the right play, and I feel like I've played the 14th hole pretty well over the course of my career here.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Nowadays, we get so much help from stats guys, and the play is to bang it up there. It's a good golf hole, and if you want to win this tournament, you better pull up and hit some golf shots.
And with the tee slightly up, it's about 4 or 5 yards off the back edge of this box in a front hole location today. There have been about a half dozen players that have laid up just to the right of that bunker down the left-hand side that you see. And when this hole was in play in 2017, we saw more players lay up than we have this year. And again, kind of like 8, Carl, the strategy has changed over the years where we see the shot pattern. And for some of the longer players like Justin Thomas, you don't need driver today to put it in position. It's the 3 metal.
It's less than the driver for sure.
That's a 3-wood for sure, 275. That's his carry number. That's headed a little left.
It's fading.
Needs a good kick. That's a good spot.
17 players have driven the green today.
The driver, I'm literally starting it over the keeper. So what's my fairway? Go left edge all the way to the right. Right center of that. Where is it?
One of the biggest gusts of the day. Just showing itself in the trees above the tee here. That one whips right over my head.
Go. Go.
Clear that bunker.
Is that up?
He's asking if it's up. It's in the fairway, Colin. You're fine.
Have been 10 balls in the water today, although with this group predominantly playing a cut shot. Not sure how much the water is really in. We get to hit a really bad shot here. Find a drink.
Go hard. Cut. Cut.
All right, that's on the upslope.
Able to spin that one. DJ needs something good to happen. 4 over in his last 3 holes. We've been getting great insight from our PGA professionals this week, all coming from the PGA of America Coaching Center powered by T-Mobile in Frisco, Texas, which features state-of-the-art technology from TrackMan, Top Tracer, Swing Catalyst, Putt View, and Sam Putt. T-Mobile's 5G network powers everything from PGA golf coaching to delivering tour van club fittings across all major equipment manufacturers. That facility, Carl, is unbelievable, and they've got a putting green, an outdoor putting green there that is bigger than some par 3 courses. I feel like it is just massive, and we'll be able to see it even more up close and personal in a couple of years when the PGA Championship heads to Fields Ranch there at PGA Frisco in 2027. This PGA Championship, the 107th at Quail Hollow Club for the 2nd time, and we have finally reached a hole we can try and do some damage. 3 good tee shots from our group here at 14. Down the hill, all trying to get it up and in for their birdies here to jumpstart a little bit of a rally on this back 9.
Yeah, all in pretty good shape. You see, we've had 4 eagles today, 1 pitching from right of the bunker. The other 3 were made putts. Quite a few balls on the green.
Yeah, the nipple.
The guy who pitched in for Eagle, Mackenzie Hughes, he's a member here, so he knew what he was doing up there on the hill.
How good is the game of golf? I mean, it takes you to places like this. It is spectacular out here right now.
You want a number or no?
It is a pretty cool scene, isn't it? That body of water, we just sort of wrap around it. 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Still quite good. She's sitting good and you're going to spin it. Maybe do something to go for it. That's all I'm looking for.
Well, those practice swings indicated he was going to take it to the front edge of the green and hit that little whiff spinner that's become so popular on tour. Kind of thought he was going to have to fashion a little low running, tumbling draw here.
John, you very good.
Took a weird little bounce off the fringe to the right, but the distance was judged nicely.
DJ a little more old school. I think this one's going to have some bounces before it gets to the green. That bunker kicks everything from left to right, away from the hole.
Looked like he judged the bounces perfectly, just dug in a little bit on him. It was a fun little game of Plinko, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little kick to the left and then to the right. Just needed one less bounce in the French, and that would have been close.
Make this.
You better believe it. I hit this putt yesterday. I putted it, but every one of them got pretty close. But JT, like Ray Floyd, trying to pitch it in. Trying to pitch it in. Trying to pitch it in.
Wow.
Ball's got to fall a little bit left, doesn't it?
Now it starts breaking. It's rolling like a putt.
Oh,
my.
That is so rude. So rude. Again, this golf course is perfectly manicured, but it's a sport that is played on a surface that can be imperfect. Carl, if you rolled balls on, get a robot out there and roll it on the same line from 10 feet. Some of them are going to go in.
Yeah, oh yeah.
On the exact same one.
Absolutely.
It just happened to catch one little late day blade or whatever it might have been that just nudged it to the right. Either way, it's a birdie. JT, 3 over, par 5 coming up. Those mini games, right, Carl? Like, find a way to shoot 72. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Is it possible?
Let's simplify it a little bit more. Let's find a way to hit a fairway here with a driver on the par 5 15.
Baby steps up 15. Baby steps. Somewhat promising round of golf has been spoiled over the last hour, as this one feels far more important now.
What do you think, Carl? Nudges to the right early and then tries to come back left at the end?
Yeah, Austin was pointing pretty far out to the right. He was thinking this thing's going to break about a cup to the left. And that was not a very good stroke there.
That old spider that he used to use had some toe hang to it, and this center shaft, and this is built for straight back, straight through.
He's got it coming inside pretty significantly, Ned, on the way back, and it's also shutting down a little bit. So on those right to lefters, he kind of has to push it back onto the line, and that one he just released the toe a little bit, and it had no chance.
This would be a nice bounce back.
Yeah, this is going to fall to the right just ever so slightly.
Agreed.
Boom. Right in the middle. Now joins a group of 48 golfers that are under par in this opening round. 6 under par leading right now, Cam Davis. 4 under par led at the 2017 PGA Championship. Single digits under par may still be good enough at the end of the week. So keep it in the red. If you're Collin Morikawa, you're going to be in the fight. To keep it in the red, you're going to have to take advantage of 15, Carl.
Yeah, keep it in the fairway. Want to bring this up on the left-hand side. Left center shortens this hole slightly. We got a pretty significant uphill second shot to a front right hole location. There are plenty of places you can get the ball up and down from around this 15th green. So the most important shot here is going to be that tee shot to give you an opportunity to go at this green in 2.
Like the 14th hole before it, this hole punished by eagles and birdies today. 5 eagles, 53 birdies and counting. Only 9 players have come to this 15th hole and dropped a shot or more today. So you're standing on this tee knowing that if you position yourself, you give yourself a strong chance at putting a 4 or maybe even a 3 on the card. Just some bodies off in the distance there at the bottom of the fairway. Slowing down play up here at this par 5. Beautiful view in this massive piece of property. You can really understand just how big the land is here that was shaped to create Quail Hollow Club. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia. You can register for tickets right now by visiting pgachampionship.com/register. Hurry, because registration closes soon. And if you watched any of the PGA Tour last week, just outside of Philadelphia, I think everybody in Philly was out last week, so we know we are going to be selling a whole mess of tickets next year for Wanamaker, which will host the 108th PGA Championship.
It was cold, it was rainy, it was windy, it was packed. They bought all of the merchandise in the merchandise tent and had to shut it down for Sunday. Give me a tournament in Philly.
Just trying to decide, because it's obviously with being further up, it's going to help. Like the bunkers are actually kind of in play, but not necessarily driving it the best. They don't just feel as comfortable, you know, starting it kind of over the tree and cutting it. But like the lower one, I think it lands at least short of those bunkers, but it's, you know, then it's bringing tree in play. What's your eye see? What window are you seeing? You're correct about either one. Just once you're comfortable as to where you started.
So if you see a window, then it's telling you which shot you
Yeah. So go just a little lower, start at it, kind of the right of this big tree, and
The lower one does not get to the left bunker.
Shouldn't be any question what the wind is doing up in the distance where they're cooking the dogs and the burgers on the 16th. Looks like they've got a bonfire going and the smoke ripping across 16 over here to 15. So that is back left to right. Needs to hit a tight draw to hold that wind. This is dangerously close to the water.
Stay right of it. Just be nice.
Like he was trying to hit a big fade with the wind, Carl, and again the ball going the opposite direction as expected, and all of the water earlier this week has grown up a healthy batch of rough, so if it lands in it, it's unlikely to skip into the water, but he's still waiting for the safe sign off in the distance.
Yeah, that well, I tell you, when you don't know what way the ball's going and you move your starting line that close to the water, you're just asking for trouble.
Gotta be short, huh?
It is. Confirmed.
It's 141 feet of curve.
It's really been spinning off of the club today for Collin.
That's a lot of curve. Now, I know it's wind aided, but still.
Well, you think about the inefficiency of that much curve on a golf ball, too.
Oh, it did sit.
He yelled at that all the way to the tee pickup, and it obliged DJ. Another errant tee shot from Justin Thomas, this time at the par 5 15th hole. He's missed almost every fairway so far today. It's been a big part of our discussion, so we go back to that beautiful PGA of America Coaching Center in Frisco, Texas, and bring in our PGA professional Joe Hallett. Pro, what have you seen from the driver's swing of JT?
Well, guys, I've seen a lot of what happens to me on a daily basis when I go play. That's what I have seen. But one thing I'm looking at in particular with Justin is literally that right leg of his is straightening on the backswing, doing it a little bit early. In plain English, he's JT at the start. Now he's a different guy. He's trying to be JT at impact, and that's why you're seeing shots that go one way or another. An easy way to practice this is to take your stance, lift your heel up just a tad on that right shoe. If I straighten the leg, I can feel the heel go down. If I kind of keep that up there, the worst I'm going to have is a one-way miss. And as you know, the best players in the world can play missing in only one direction. Give it a try.
Yeah, very good advice there. If you get that right hip up a little bit too high and that right leg straightens, there's an sort of a snap. Let's see if that right hip goes up here in the backswing. Yeah, you can see that left hip kind of there. Yeah, there it is right there. And as
it's subtle, right? But
yeah,
it's still
very subtle. Very subtle. And then he's out of sync.
His ball is dry. You see in that left-hand rough down there, and all these players just a little bit back of where a majority of the tee balls have been today here at this par 5. A lot of having to do with that breeze that Ned mentioned is picking up and pushing everything to the right-hand side. But both Collin Morikawa and Dustin Johnson fortunate to still be in the fairway.
And they definitely will be blasting it up there, trying to get it just short of the green. Maybe get it to tumble on. It's going to be interesting to see what JT can do out of that lie.
The lie? No, thank you. Sitting down, and as you might imagine, that has not been walked on very much, the grass over there left of the trees. It is healthy and strong. On a little bit of a downslope. I was just talking to Mike Thomas as we were coming down the fairway here, and I asked him, did he see anything with his son's golf swing, because he's been playing so well? And Mike said, nah, I'm a little too far away to see, but I can tell you it's the worst I've seen him drive it in 2 years. That being said, he followed up with, he's still fighting.
He's doing that for sure.
I referenced the 9-wood. He was asking me about the rough, Carl. Mike was, and I referenced little 9-wood shots that Colin's been playing, and he said, yeah, JT does that with his 5-wood, so that might be what we end up seeing. He's just over 240 yards.
Wood out.
DJ needs all of this. Give me 280 back into the breeze. Up the hill.
Stop. Stop.
Oh, no, that is going to make that third shot so much more difficult.
Just missed that, didn't he?
The less lofted of the fairway metals for Morikawa.
Stays in the intermediate cut with some green to work with there for Collin.
Does have a ridge he's going to have to navigate, about 12 feet short of the hole, though.
JT wading in, and just in the back of your mind, if this doesn't come off with a decent amount of height, this could go in the water. He got it. He got plenty of it.
Gets all the way up into the front bunker.
Oh, yeah, that's a great spot to be.
Rory McIlroy won on this golf course last year, holed it from that bunker for eagle in the final round, and what was a convincing back nine charge. So maybe JT, who's had plenty of work in the sand today, could pull off some heroics and be yet another defined eagle here at the par 5. You can lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. And today's live odds brought to you by the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Well, we haven't gotten off to a great start with a couple in this group, so the pre-tournament odds for JT have certainly risen. So if you think a comeback is going to start, hey, maybe he hoops this one coming up for an eagle. Get him at 125 to 1 right now if you think there's a massive comeback in his future. And Morikawa's odds have actually gone up a little bit, as you would expect for someone who's now 5 off the lead, but he's a couple of birdies on his inward few holes away from still being in the mix for this championship. So take advantage of those shifting odds, and if you've been watching our entire coverage, you know what to expect. You've seen everything from these guys. You can make a little bit more of an informed opinion on whether or not you think at the end of this weekend they could not only be the winner of this tournament, but you could be the winner of a well-placed wager at ESPN Bet. I'm telling you right now, if you gave me 125 to 1 odds to get this up and down from this bunker for birdie, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cash that ticket.
This is not a shot that gets practiced a lot, and it is, even if it is practiced, it is a very difficult shot.
You don't practice your 34-yard ball above your feet, short-sided, close pin bunker shots?
Well, no, because I don't practice at all anymore, so. But even when I was playing, didn't practice this one very often.
The good news is if he comes up short, it's a relatively straightforward up and down, and if he picks it clean and flies it to the center of the green or something, it might spin back a little bit.
Okay, good play.
His reaction was of someone who thought he may have fluffed it a little bit. Kind of nice little forward kick to give himself a birdie look.
I know there's a ridge right in between Collin Morikawa's ball in the hole. How much downslope is there to the flagstick net after it crests that ridge?
About 3 paces worth. So that's kind of your kill point. You want it just tumbling over that ripple with a little bit of pace, and it'll work its way all the way to the cup. I think we're going to see the same shot style that we saw back on 11, 12, and 13. If you gauge the speed just right, you can hold this.
We'll have significant movement from left to right. Not bad.
Collin will throw down his mark, Carl, and for Justin Thomas, this is as straightforward and as simple of a bunker shot as you can find. A little bit on the upslope, Nice, clean, compact lie. And something that draws your attention is the mark that Morikawa just threw down. That's kind of the line and kind of the area where he'd like to be.
Let's just hold this, shall we? That's red, right?
Yeah. Just dug in on him slightly.
He's really spun him out of these greenside bunker shots, hasn't he? I mean, he has left everything short of the hole for the most part out of the sand today.
There's bunker cam for you. We'll get a good look at the second bounce. Watch where it just digs in right here. Kind of expect that ball to release a little bit more down toward the hole.
Spoken like a real tour pro there. You hit this beauty. I could have gotten closer.
Ned, ours would have gotten closer because we haven't changed the grooves out in our wedges in 5 years.
I used to have a caddy who would say, well, that's better than bacon, boss.
Questionable. Not many things better than bacon.
Undefeated.
Should have put bacon on the dog. But now we're talking crumbled bacon.
Whoa. Hadn't thought about it. See if we can't just grease one in here for DJ. This one, as it climbs the hill, Carl, it just wanders to the right. If you don't hit it solid, if you don't hit it with a little pace, you'll miss it low.
Just blasted it through the break. I might be searching for that spider putter.
Probably not too far away, is it?
I encountered not one, not two, but 3 different bags walking around practice rounds yesterday that had at least 2 putters in them while they were walking around the golf course.
Okay, pay attention to this little rascal. It has just enough pace that you might blow it through on the left side.
I tell you what, he's putting with some confidence. I know he had 2-3 putts earlier today, but boy, he has putted nicely since then.
So decisive, isn't he?
Yeah.
He is gaining strokes on the greens today, even with those 2-3 putts. So that sort of confirms the intuition there. It hasn't been anything major, but just those important ones. The birdies now at 14 and 15, and Morikawa has done exactly what we talked about. Carl, he plays the stretch at 7 and 8, 2 under. Plays the stretch at 14 and 15 at 2 under.
Yeah.
The rest of the golf course, he's been 2 over, but you combine it all, you're 2 under par. Now you just got to go survive the green mile and maybe post around in the 60s.
And that rest of the course that you were talking about being 2 over were the 2-3 putts. Justin Thomas just fighting and clawing for everything he can get.
But hints of a little comeback here for JT. I mean, +2. He's 2 over par, Carl, and he has more birdies than I think fairways and greens combined hit. I mean, it feels like. I guess this is officially a green, 2 greens in regulation at these last 2 holes, so that'll skew that a little bit. I mean, but you're talking about a guy who, you know, with full swings has hit just 3 fairways and 3 greens in regulation.
Wild.
And arguably the most important shot was that fairway metal out of the rough that he just hit. DJ walking it in.
Dustin, a disappointing couple of pars as we head to the green mile.
They call it the Green Mile, and it's justified. I think it's the toughest stretch of holes in the world. You have to hit perfect shots, or you're going to make bogey or much worse.
You're trying to sign for 3 pars. You know, if you get to sneak a birdie in, that's an advantage.
There's nothing hidden. It's right in front of you, and you got to go execute, hit some golf shots, that's for sure.
When people come off this golf course, the last thing they remember is the last 3 holes, and they think, whoa.
That green mile that keeps getting longer somehow, even in perfectly calm conditions. Every single shot is a test.
Can you imagine getting shotgunned and it's like, where are you starting today, sir? 16B. We're into the Green Mile with our group.
That was the full treatment from Mr. Thomas.
Not gonna
Left
have
edge
the
with the
distance.
porta potty. Hold on.
That's on the side of the hill.
Tree. That's your most fair porta potty. Is that just the fence? Yeah, to the what? To the green tree.
Just how hard is the Green Mile in this opening round? Not only do you have some of the hardest holes in the golf course, there you see 133 over par. 16 is the hardest hole in the golf course. There have been just 2 birdies here today. There have been 9 doubles, including by all 3 of the top 3 players in the world earlier today. Finding a way to make double here. Justin Thomas is going to scramble to avoid double, while Collin Morikawa needs to find the fairway.
Great. Tell you what, Carl, he went after that one.
That was a great swing right there. 291 in the air.
They just left the ball spread. Right edge of the scoreboard, that light green, but yeah, fine, strong.
These 3 holes, the second hardest closing hole stretch at the 2017 PGA Championship of any PGA in the last 20 years. I'll let both of you guess which golf course had the harder 3 holes finishing stretch.
Catching a break here, it's straight downwind all of a sudden.
That will hold the fairway. It does. All right, we got to go to a break. I'll let you think about it. Last 20 years, PGA Championship, hardest 3-hole finishing stretch. The quiz after this. We're into the Green Mile with our featured trio. They're starting at 16, the hardest hole of the day, in the second hardest closing stretch of 3 holes in the PGA Championship of the last 20 years. So, Carl Paulson and Ed Michaels will go Carl first. Do you have a guess of which golf course in the last 20 years the PGA had a harder 3-hole closing stretch?
I will guess the Ocean course.
That would be at Kiowa. Ned, would you like to?
Can I just go Bethpage Black?
You are both wrong. Show the graphic to him, folks. It is Oakland Hills.
Oh, yeah.
Padraig Harrington's win. It was actually 2008. So credit to the team putting the graphic together quickly, as Padraig Harrington won that year with a final score of 3 under par. South course at Oakland Hills, the hardest 3-hole stretch. In 2008, that stretch played 1.4 shots over par for the week. Yikes.
Half a shot per hole.
Well, this hole's going to play pretty hard for Justin Thomas up there on the hill. The other two in the fairway, but you see not a lot of red dots out here today at 16. Just a tiny couple of birdies, 2 of them today. So no skin, unfortunately, at 16 today. It was holding up for a little while. But congratulations, Aaron Rai and Joaquin Niemann, the 2 that have found a way to put a circle on the card here today at 16.
Are we going to see another 9-wood from Collin Morikawa here from 233?
Is there a 9er in there?
Yeah, this hole is just brutal.
And beautiful, all at the same time.
305 off the tee, Ned. Just left with 233 left.
Thank you very little. I think, despite this whole location being on the left side, Carl, I'd be curious in your opinion. It's actually one of the easier hole locations, given you can just land it on the front of the green and maybe bounces to the center and you try to 2-putt and get out of Dodge.
Yeah, and if you do bail out to the right, there's plenty of green to work with.
I think what's so staggering, guys, this is the second easiest fairway on the property to hit today. 75% of the field has hit this fairway in regulation. And you mentioned the gettable is not the right word, but the accessible nature of this whole location compared to others, and yet just 2 birdies.
Flagstick is on 30, so 203 to the front.
And this a 5-iron. He carries it 210. He better bow up.
I think that was the plan all along. Just get it on the green somewhere.
That's not a fun view.
I don't know what to tell you here, really, Carl. I mean, there's aggressive, and there's reckless. And he's right on the line of what do you do here? Just try to get it down the front, or do you fly it all the way to the center?
Yeah, I would like to see this hole play a little bit shorter, bringing that bunker into play off the tee, giving these guys an option to try and get after it a little bit more. Oh, that's super aggressive. Easy now.
Don't think he could have hit it a whole lot better.
No, I was going to say that might be his most solid shot of the day.
And how much worry is there up on this hill about this thing flipping hard left?
Enough where he's probably looking at the bunker.
Yeah. Our land area is Collin's ball to the flag. That'll hold his line.
Well, you heard it. You heard the instructions. It's significantly above his feet, about midway up his calf. Ball was sitting down, and that hosel will grab and turn it over, no doubt about it. Hold that face.
Just has to thread the needle.
Leaning right.
Oh,
sit.
Boy.
Sit.
Okay. It did stop. It's outside of the penalty area.
Carl, there's no way he would have thought that the ball would have come out that fast out of that line.
That definitely jumped on him. There's no question.
If we cut the grass down long and left to this green at 16, we may never finish the tournament. That thing was hot, and it was fortunate it got caught up. waiting for the sign, and it's okay. It's okay. Just a big, beefy, good hard hole here at 16.
A little bit of this wind that we've had this afternoon is going to go a long way to drying this golf course out over the next couple of days.
Hi, Ned. Obviously lie dependent over the back of this green, but
yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
if you had a good lie back here where DJ and JT are, is there a way that you would prefer this over 50 feet of putt that Morikawa has?
No, I don't think so.
That's what Dustin Johnson is looking at.
Pretty decent.
I can add a little context to that question. Earlier in the day, Brooks Koepka hit it essentially where JT is. He was a little bit closer to hole high. And he stoned it. Shane Lowry was essentially where Collin Morikawa is. Left it 8 feet short and he missed it.
Okay, so maybe.
I didn't say a lot of context. I said a little context. But this is the one, Carl, I like where you just kind of lead that, take the leading edge, leave it in the grass on the upslope, and you let the elevation do the work for you.
He's got his shoulders along the slope of the hill. So he's going to go up with this. Get in.
Hey, that's how you make birdie.
By the way, I'd much rather be over this green than on the front.
100%. I mean, just with spit, grit, and a whole lot of duct tape, somehow Justin Thomas is 1 over par.
Man has hit 3 fairways in 4 greens through 16 holes, and he's only 1 over.
Look at DJ looking over. Are you serious right now? That's not going to get all the way down there.
Just right at the sprinkle head there? Okay, we're good. I'm good.
So I got a little aggressive with that, stat back on 15 about total number of birdies versus fairways and greens. And I guess JT must have heard it and taken it literally as he's trying to catch up to that total. With another look at this brilliance as that ball was wasted way up in the air.
Just has enough energy to get to the hole. Hey, Rev. Giving him the clap. That's my man right there.
He's 1 over.
It's shocking that he is 1 over par.
Playing the worst golf, as Dad said, he'd seen in 2 years. If he can somehow make a birdie and a par coming in, would that be too much to ask?
He can chip another one in, maybe.
This putt's so difficult. It's like that infinity look. It looks like past the hole, it just drops off the planet. So easy to leave it short.
Yeah, that's a good call there, Ned.
Remember the game plan? Come back, the Patriots-Falcons game plan we put together?
Yeah.
When we made the turn, we said if we could get to the 16th, 3 under, we'd have a fighting chance. But we're leaving the 16th, 3 under for JT.
That's right. Because Justin Thomas is dead last in the field in driving accuracy and next to last in greens and regulation. He's 156th in driving accuracy and 155th in greens and regulation. And he's 1 over. Now, there's a lot of golf still to be played from some guys that are teeing off. That could shift a little bit, but he doesn't have enough golf left to really skew those numbers enough to not be outside the top 100 at the end of the day. And you never know.
I mean, I was just very quickly trying to think what I would be from where he's hit the ball today in terms of over par. I'd have to be at least 10 shots worse than he is.
Turned out you couldn't do it all that quickly.
No, it's just doubles add up awfully fast, Ned. Well, things have definitely fallen apart for Dustin Johnson here on this back nine today.
And since that exchange of volleying putts back and forth on the 11th, Dustin has been more engaged with reading the greens. Prior to that, he was letting his brother do most of the lifting there.
It is such a weird game, isn't it? We talked about those crazy numbers for Justin, and it's not as if DJ has hit great shots on this back nine and hasn't been rewarded for it. The putter has become really bad for him in this opening round, but tee to green, if you just showed everybody the shots off the tee and into the green, you'd say, oh, DJ's waxing JT by 6 or 7, and he's going to be 4 behind him here in a minute.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Straight in.
Ho-hum little 2-putt there. 2 under par. It's just 4 back with Cam Davis's lead at 6 under par. Davis made pars at 7 and 8, so he's trying to survive 9 to post what could be the first round lead. Clubhouse lead right now, the 66 by Ryan Gerard. So again, you've got 2 players with very limited success in majors, including a PGA Championship rookie. If you're Collin Morikawa, you're 2 under par. That's all you're looking for to start, especially with an early morning tee time tomorrow, to make yourself a weekend factor. Four fives and a 6 already on the back nine for DJ. Talked about that climb back up the board for Collin Morikawa. It started with bogeys at 4 and 5, but after he turned an even par, this was back and forth the decision, Carl, but this really jump-started the back nine to hit this beauty.
Yeah, it was just an unbelievably good shot with the fairway metal. Gets him underneath the hole. He's able to convert the birdie there at the 10th.
And then this was at 14, drove it short and left in the fairway. Pour this one in. This is part of what has been a really good back nine putting performance from Collin Morikawa. And then 2 shots left him here at the par 5 15th, and this was a touch of class.
Just trying to get it to crest this hill and then roll down towards the hole. Nicely done.
2 over standing on the 7th tee, and he is 4 under since. And there you see how Collin Morikawa has rallied it back to -2. If you were to put the holes in this golf course, Carl, in a bucket, and you had the hard holes, make par, grind out a par, it's a good score. Then you kind of have your 50-50 holes. If I hit really good shots, I might be able to make a birdie. And then you have your scoring bucket, holes where you're like, this is where I need to go and get it done. 7 and 8, par 5, reachable par 4, par 5, 10th, 14, 15. All those holes birdied by Collin Morikawa. He's batting 1,000 on the scoring holes today. This is not a scoring hole at 17.
This is what we'd like to call a red light hole. You take the right edge of the green and you make it the center of the green. Get it anywhere on this green. It is a fantastic shot, especially for these three players that like to move the ball from left to right. I would find a yardage. It's about 10 yards into that green. That gives you 20 yards of release to the flag stick. Keep it up on that right-hand side. See if you can make a 30-footer.
See, 8 birdies there today. They've come from a variety of places. We've seen long putts today. We have seen a chip in from off the green. But bloated scoring average because about 1 in 3 players hitting this green in regulation, which, by the way, is still occupied there in the distance. So JT and Rev talking it over.
Yeah, as long as it's hurt.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting. If it's hurt, then I'm absolutely.
Go on the left side of the C2. Go on the left side of the C2. So I feel like as long as it stays, you know, between the pin and the right edge of the hole, we have some green. I'm sorry, the right edge of the green, we have room behind it.
Yes, absolutely.
It's 208 to the top of that. I'd say we want to land at what, like 3 or 4 short of that?
Up on the green, this is little Zalatoris finishing up for his par.
Wide putting stance there with that broomstick.
Glad to see him get to the start. It's been start and stop for him over the last couple of seasons with the back. Well, knowing how this back nine has gone for Justin Thomas, he's going to double cross this, hit the top of the stone wall, and end up in the grandstands, and then he'll chip it in from somebody's lap for a birdie.
Well, he's not going to double cross it because he's going on the left-hand side of the tee, which tells me he's going to try and hit a draw off the right edge of the green there.
Warm, maybe just a hair hurt. Yes, which are working on the wind, against the wind, that's going to take the wind full off. Yeah. Yeah, on the 17th.
Now it feels like it's kind of going the other way now, doesn't it?
It's mainly across. Still warm. We're still hitting the cut, right?
Yeah. Which if that's the case, I can't hit that other one.
Correct. I love the 205 number.
Yeah, great.
Use that right side.
Great.
It sounded like 205 number. And I think I just got the flash of a 5-iron. He typically carries that a little past 210. This is right at the 17, exactly what he wanted to do.
Oh, another one of those bumper shots coming up.
To engage the wind correctly, Carl.
It's such a tough shot if you don't have a good yardage.
So the water's still going right to wind, not help, not, I wouldn't say it's much further. How are you going to paint the picture? Just left of the wind. Yeah, I mean, I would take it on the wind. Shut down, stop. Right now, do I need to change height? No. I'd say a little bit lower. Yeah. Happy with that? Yep.
Flags behind the tee are showing straight right to left. The 16th flag is showing almost right into his face, and the flag's up by the green, quartering right to left.
Sit. Sit. Sit.
Big gust right here.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
Is that water? I don't think so.
No one has hit it over the green into the water on that line today. There's just too much grass that gathers it up. All the water balls have been either short or long left. It's DJ last to play.
Well, something definitely fooled Morikawa and JT. This on a higher launch, right center of the green.
Digs in. Such a difficult green for such a long hole.
It's a long birdie effort for DJ. He could use it. Could Justin Thomas chip in again? No way, right? We'll see. Mr. Thomas's wild ride has been quite the experience on the back nine for Justin Thomas, who has hit just 3 fairways all day. This isn't one. This is a 12, where it's been the hard double cross miss at times. A couple of wipers out to the right. Had to thread the needle up to the green, but compounded the mistake off the tee with that flub. That was a bogey on the back for Justin. A double and 4 bogeys on the card, but then got over to 14, Carl, and we were for sure right about now that this was going to go in.
Yeah, right there. Come on, go in.
Kick that in for birdie. Got it back to 3 over. An amazing shot on the left rough to scooter into the greenside bunker at 15. And that would go in for birdies. Now he's 2 over par and around the golf where he's still struggling off the tee. Missed it way right on 16. Almost went in the penalty area over the back of the green. And then in a hole where we had just 2 birdies all day, he does this.
Unreal.
Smoke and mirrors, as there you see. 3 fairways, 4 greens, 5 birdies. There's only 5 players in the field who have made more birdies today, and I can promise you they've hit more fairways and greens than he has. This, again, you go figure it out. Get the timing a little bit right. He is not out of the golf tournament,
no.
Carl, and he's hitting it like a guy that should be shooting 80 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. No question about it.
He talked a lot this week about perspective and maturity in his life, and I think it does beg the question of the 2017 version of Justin Thomas. If he was playing like this, if he'd be 1 over par. He has stayed connected to this round of golf, as you see where they all wound up here at this par 3. DJ the lengthiest of the group, but the other 2 facing no guaranteed up and downs here from just off the green.
He didn't waste any time. Walked up, knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Never changed clubs. Everything straight downhill. Flop it, and now it goes. Keep going.
He's got a little tester left, still coming downhill. If he can make that putt and par the 18th hole, this is one of the best rounds of golf that I have seen from somebody that has hit it that poorly.
I'm like sneaky. I mean, I want him to make that putt, and then I'm sneaky rooting for him to miss the 18th fairway and miss the green and make par. And you know what I'm saying? It just makes for a better story at that point in time.
Acceptable eye for Morikawa.
And acceptable shot.
Made it.
Of course he did.
You know, there's a lemon, lemonade, egg salad sort of line that we could pull here for this group, but we are maximizing our golf games right now. Morikawa with another chip in from this group, another chip in here at 17. He is 2 off the lead as he hoops this one to get to -3.
Remember when you could get him at 33-1 a few minutes ago?
Refreshing my ESPN Bet Sportsbook app right now. And back to that mindset, gentlemen. Both he and JT, obviously JT really struggling with the swing. It was a struggle of a start for Collin Morikawa, and they have just stuck with this round of golf. And it's been very professional to watch these players get around the golf course.
And that's the beauty of watching a featured group, is you get to see somebody go through the entire, you know, the entirety of the round. You get to see the struggles that they go through. You get to see the mental fortitude of these players throughout the entire 18 holes. Keep coming, Bo.
That was the 32nd putt that Dustin Johnson has hit today.
Dustin's going to feel like he's shooting 4 or 5 shots worse than he should be. These other two jokers are about 4 or 5 shots better than they should be.
Has Justin Thomas one-putted every green on this 9 except for the chip in back at 16?
We're at 20 total putts, efforting.
If he knocks this in, it'll be 3 putts in his last 4 holes.
That is accurate.
Wow.
He has one-putted all but 2 greens dating back to the 4th hole.
Stop it. Just stop it. What?
This is one of those momentum putts, though. You've fought your way back. Has to stay at 1 over.
And it's so fast and downhill. It's almost one of those that the stroke is so small, Carl, that you're not worried about pulling it. It's just a little tiny thing. If you start it on the right line, it'll go in, and it's not outside the hole.
Yeah, it will fall slightly to the right. Oh, right in the center.
That is his 12th one-putt green of the round. And he has a chip in, too. Look at that exhale. I mean, that's an exhausting day at the office. And now you just need to muscle up and find a way to hit your best tee shot of the day at 18, because 18 will punish you in both directions.
Yeah, I'd like to see him try to move something from right to left. All the times that he's tried to hit a big fade today, he's either over, you know, kind of swiped it to the right, like you said, or double crossed it.
And give credit to Dustin. It's not as if he's just walking up and slapping all these putts now. He's giving it the full attention and respect each step of the way. And he's tried his hardest. They just haven't gone in.
He is approaching dead last in the field in putting.
I would be very surprised if that putter makes the starting lineup tomorrow.
I was just thinking the same thing, Carl.
It's a good reminder to our audience that feature group coverage begins bright and early tomorrow here on ESPN Plus.
Right.
So if you want to know if the putter is still in the bag for Dustin Johnson, Ned might sleep on the range tonight to get that intel for you.
Well, I'll be out with him tomorrow in the morning, so I'll just stand by the tee and see what I see.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh. Might not make it to the next hole.
Talked about those live odds through 14 holes a moment ago. You could have gotten Collin Morikawa at 33 to 1. I said, hey, why not a flyer bet on Justin Thomas at 125 to 1? If you got on it then, it might be the best you're going to get him the rest of the week. As the duo makes their way up to the 18th tee. If you're racing to your app right now to place that bet, you might just want to wait until they hit this tee shot. I think you can wait the extra 90 seconds. It's a tough hole with one of the more demanding and daunting tee shots on the property.
Yeah, I got the creek running all the way down that left-hand side. That bunker on the right is definitely in play. Not too wide of a fairway in between that bunker and that creek on the left-hand side. If you do happen to get it in the fairway, though, it's a pretty big green, little two-tier green. That flagstick sitting up on that back tier. Great spectator hole.
Right one? Yep. Right center that one? On the left end.
Coming off the left for Collin Morikawa. Take it right at the creek and just let it bleed.
And it's really just died all of a sudden. He didn't love that one.
Find a home. Oh boy, that's not the home you want to find. You may not have a play at the green there, Carl.
More than likely that'll be a layup. Get that ball back in position. See if he can get it up and down for par.
No driver here, Ned.
I like this play, and Carl, you back here in this little honey pocket of a tee box, you can't feel the breeze. I've walked down another 40 yards, seeing the flags now start to pick up on the grandstands to the left, and you're absolutely correct. Wind hard now out of the left. Hard being 8-10 miles an hour.
Yeah, I like this play. This should stay short of the bunker.
And he can draw it against the wind so much easier. And it's not a driver.
That's true. Last time he hit this club, he hit a fantastic shot at the 14th.
He's setting up to hit a cut, though.
Yeah, he sure is. He's going to ride it with the wind, though. Doesn't want to fight the wind with the 3-wood.
Gorgeous. Just gorgeous.
I think I would have been hitting that club a few more times today. Although it's 7,600 yards, hard to do.
All right, Ned, you ready for it?
Yes.
Dustin Johnson has as many putts on the back nine today as Justin Thomas has putts for the round. -1. He has 20 in the back. JT with 21 putts today.
I mean, you just feel for a guy like that, Carl. He's hit it well enough.
He has. I mean, he's been pretty decent from tee to green.
Puts another one out there in the short grass. As dinner just a few moments away for this trio.
It's the PGA Championship, a tournament where legends and long shots both have shone.
Can it be? Yes! Add that one to PGA Championship lore. Oh! He's done it!
Coverage continues Friday.
Sun up to sundown tomorrow for round 2 of this PGA Championship, where 18 will play pivotal for many as they're off the tee here in our featured group. Their final hole of the day, right down Broadway for Justin Thomas and Dustin Johnson. Collin Morikawa going to have a challenging route to home, as you see the right rough right of that bunker today, just littered with bogeys, as Morikawa fought that right miss through much of this round, but has fought it effectively on this back nine to get it to 3 under par. Again, that's just 2 off the lead after a Cam Davis bogey on 9, his final hole today, posting 66. So it's Ryan Gerard and Cam Davis co-leaders in this one, with Morikawa tied for 8th, 3 under par. But if he's going to make par here at 18, he's probably going to have a full 3rd shot coming in, isn't he, Carl?
Well, you would think so. We can't see the golf ball, and he's going to have to move this ball significantly from left to right to curve it enough to get it up by the green. With the way that he's come back today, put this ball down in the fairway, see if you can get it up and down.
No chance he's doing anything but that, Carl.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion, it would be reckless.
We're getting a good look now from behind his golf ball. He's got nothing.
I mean, if I'm like on the corner where all this like corner, right corner of it, how far it's yeah, I mean a little more left of that.
Looks to be a pretty plain and simple layup.
A little bit of a gnarly lie.
I'd rather get into it, but I just need you to go off.
So this is where you can save a little time if you use the rangefinder, but
You want me to move them or tell them it's coming? I mean, either or, don't matter.
I think he's playing across the creek.
no.
No?
Certainly not. Why, I mean, let's not overthink this, Carl. So what Joe's going to do is going to run wherever they're thinking about playing, and he'll laser back rather than picking an arbitrary spot and lasering it on the hill.
He's moving people on the hill, Ned.
Oh, my.
I don't know why. You know, Jason Day came here in 2017, was going along pretty well. Almost the exact same spot. He tried to go way right. He ended up walking off with a huge number and missed the cut. It is very similar.
Okay, thanks.
That was a warning shot. That was, hey, folks, we're coming your direction. Heads up.
Looks very cozy over there. You want to go down the easy kind of
So he's going to hit it over on that hill with all of that rough and then pitch back across the...
But JT's going to go ahead and play here at 193, give it another 8 uphill, almost 200 carry. It's dangerously left, not riding the wind.
Oh, my.
Should have waited, Carl.
He's going to be able to get a, he's going to get a club on that. I don't know. He might have a foot in the water, but...
Golf is immensely difficult when you just don't know where it's going. And it's been that day. I mean, that stance, and oof. Okay, back to this decision.
The tree. Clip the tree. What is
happening?
Gosh.
Wait up in the water.
What are we doing here?
Joe Grinder's got to have their new caddy relationship, but he's got to veto that.
I agree. I mean, we were just getting done talking about how connected these guys stayed in the round. And again, Justin just doesn't know where the ball's going, so that miss shouldn't be as surprising. But as we watch Dustin Johnson here, no, not left also.
I just...
You're in the trees. You have fought back to 3 under par in this round of golf, Carl. Bogey doesn't hurt you at all. And he can still make bogey, I guess, conceivably, but why? I'm just going to keep at why?
Especially with how good he's been with his wedges over the last couple of years. Yeah, that one didn't make any sense. Especially, too, if he hits a good shot, he's laying up in the rough. Like a very steep slope coming back towards the green. So his third shot would have been a downhill lie out of the rough.
You got to get this up and down for bogey, as opposed to if you just pitch to this spot, you're trying to get it up and down for par. So you've certainly brought double into play here at 18, which could spoil around in the 60s to open up your PGA Championship.
You know, Carl, the one thing, right, if you're going to play that shot, the one thing you can't have happen, if you're Collin Morikawa, is hit it.
I mean, if you're going left of the creek, go left of the creek, right?
You can blast a 6-iron right into the second story of the chalet.
Right. I wish he had that one over.
Well, the way our day is gone, this is going to get knocked in for a 4. To the player-caddy relationship here too. You know, at what point in time in the conversation did Joe Grinder realize, oh, he wants to play across the creek, and then when he sends him on the mission to move people, they're saying, yeah, pro, do we want to do this? Well, they committed to it, and now this is the result. 4th shot for Morikawa.
He can carry it all the way past the flag and zip it back. It's soft in the back of the screen right now.
Right.
So we'll have that left for bogey.
And he could have very easily had that for par. He could have pitched the ball to that spot. And now Justin Thomas trying to figure out what, if anything, can be done.
How deep that is. What's that? I just can't tell how deep it is.
Now leave the shoe on. It's our last hole.
Left the line on a severe downslope. Give the people what they want. We're going to go Aquaman here and take the shoe off. Solid golfer's tan line on the ankle.
Yeah, the morgue feet.
Can you just to kind of hold on to, but like hold, can you hold it, you know what I'm saying?
This is such a severe slope. I don't know what he stands on here. And then has to drop the club on it.
Right foot's going to be in the grass. Left foot's going to be in the creek. For the record, I would have kept that shoe on. Oh, you can't go anywhere near the flagstaff now. He could whip this.
I was going to say, is dropping a safer option? And I'm not talking physical safety. I'm saying to protect the score here. He may be better suited finding the entry point to drop.
Should be pretty far back. That ball landed straight into the creek.
I mean, Carl, he runs the risk of hitting the rock on the downswing.
And if he hits the rock on the downswing, he's going to whiff it.
Yeah, I feel like I'd aim this over here and just kind of hit it over that way. You know what I mean? I just commit to stay.
More room coming this way.
Yeah, like, you know, over toward the left side of the fence.
Yeah.
It's more the fact that it's a lot better chance of making 5 than obviously have to get up and down. But, you know, not to lift it up. I just.
Well, that's why I'm saying if we can get it just on the fringe or the first cut over there.
Okay, but this can be done. Side saddle, coming in steep. The one thing he cannot do is hit the rock on the downswing. That would, he might whiff it if he does that. But you see how he's throwing that club? Well, that's what he needs to do. If he can get steep and just throw the hands and the club head at it, he actually can pull this off. Huge risk.
Doesn't make that, then the entire day, or this entire operation has been a waste.
He didn't even need to take the shoe off either, which is kind of funny.
Swing of faith here.
Just misses the rock on the way back and through. That was really good.
Yeah.
Well, safe to say that golf has not been spectacular from start to finish today, but you can't say it hasn't been entertaining.
It indeed has been. I mean, it's unbelievable that he has won over par.
Stroke average today is 72.76, so 1 3/4 shot over par. And if he makes that, he will beat the field average, having hit just 4 greens and 4 fairways. Now DJ.
Trying to get in the house. Ned, is there any explanation that Collin Morikawa could give you that would suffice for you to say, oh, okay, now that makes sense?
No, I don't think there is. Again, if you take the shot on that he did, you just rifle it into the grandstand or somewhere thereabouts. Completely bizarre.
Yeah, I was just trying to go through my head, like what could possibly have been the thought process to go left of that. Well, now this left for bogey.
From his toes to his heels, uphill all the way.
The other way.
Wow.
Sure did, Carl. It wiggled halfway there, wiggled to the right.
It did. Right when it started slowing down, it did come back to the left, but wiggled too far to the right. So that's a double bogey finish for Collin Morikawa.
Turned 5 into 6, didn't he? Turned 4.5 into 6.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think 5, right? You miss it in a spot where you're dead, put it out in the fairway. If you make a 4, great.
He was thinking 4, and it ends up being 6.
He turned dinner conversation into a debate with Joe.
70 for Morikawa, And it's tied for 29th. It's still just 4 back. And again, a good round tomorrow morning, and he's right in the mix to win his second PGA Championship. Justin Thomas has not hit it like a PGA champion today, but if this goes in for 72, he is not out of it in what has been a wild day for JT.
Should fall slightly to the right.
Quail Hollow came for its pound of flesh here on 18 for some players that were kind of walking that line today. And Justin will sign that scorecard and likely hit a bucket or two before dinner. And he'll be right back at it tomorrow morning trying to find the flow.
Well, he looks tired. That takes a lot of energy out of you.
Walked a lot today, didn't he? I mean, it was not a straight line walk from the first tee to the 18th green today.
Well, we walked the golf course earlier this week, and walking in that rough is a whole heck of a lot harder than walking in the fairway. TJ for his par. Been a day to forget for Dustin Johnson.
And now it goes in. A bat 9 43 from DJ and a round of 78. As you see, Morikawa's double at the last does keep him in the red, but a little bit more chase in his second round tomorrow. Carl, your thoughts on this opening day?
Well, I mean, Collin Morikawa fought his way back, obviously gave a couple away at the end there, but Justin Thomas keeping himself in this golf tournament today with the way he hit it was absolutely spectacular.
More birdies than greens in regulation when it was all said and done. What a wild ride it was. And we'll be right back at it tomorrow morning. Coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club continues Friday here on ESPN+. For our entire crew, Ned Michaels and Carl Paulson, I'm Will Haskett saying so long from Charlotte. ESPN+ feature group coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship continues tomorrow. We'll see you for round 2 of the 107th PGA Championship.